Maybe let me start. Good morning, everyone. I see that the numbers of participants are going up as time goes, but I think that people will be able to catch up when they connect. Let me just start by welcoming everyone to this training, this technical training on solar-powered systems. It's an important milestone for us here in the regional office because we have expressed our commitment to really move as much as we can the social sectors in which we operate every day to become as much possible as carbon neutral, right? And we know that we have limitations, and we will discover some of the limitations throughout this training today. But as much as we can, we should really, at the same time that our intervention in the climate space and in the development space is very much focused on adaptation, we are conscious that we have also something to do in the area of mitigation, right? And there are sectors, particularly the health and well-being sector and the water and sanitation sector, that are responsible for a percentage of emissions globally. Maybe in this region, maybe in country specifically is a different figure, but still there are contributions from those social sectors to the carbon footprint. So we need as much as possible to help governments and sector partners to really become as much possible closer to net zero as we can in the sectors in which we operate. So this training is a little bit about starting to get a little bit the sense of that. It's going to be quite technical. We are going to be together for 5 hours, and we count with experts that have come to help us to really provide the insights and the inputs into this training. And Nick will present them in a moment. I also want to extend my thanks to the Australian NatCom because they have been the ones that have been funding for this activity of preparing this course and running it now online for 5 hours today. But then we are going to have, as you know, because we have offered some in-country training that will be much more in-depth, looking at the sectors, at the 3 main sectors, water and sanitation, education, and health. And also, there will be other waves of other trainings available for you to pick up if you were not able to pick up on the initial wave that is going to happen now in May and between May and June this year. But there will be continuous efforts to reach out to you with opportunities for keep moving this training and have the capacity not only for you to participate, but also for your sector partners, your counterparts in the government, very important, and of course other sector partners that are involved in these 3 sectors. This is an important step towards professionalization of the sector, and in small or bigger dimensions, all of you have been feeling this tension of being in the field and sometimes not being able to understand what are the best products, what are the best services, how is the best way to dimension the systems. And we're going to have a little bit of insight today. So I hope that you will enjoy the training. It's going to be 5 hours altogether, but I think that is going to be very relevant to the work you are doing, and this will set up the basis for getting maybe a little bit more appetite and then enroll in the future in-country courses that we will be offering throughout. With further delay, I want to hand her to the team, particularly Nick, who has been very, very involved into this, and he will be presenting the agenda for today, and he will be presenting also the training team that we have with us today to support. Thank you very much, and over to you, Nick. You are on mute.
Thank you. Thank you, Sylvia, and thanks everyone for being here. This is a very exciting chapter, I think, not just for UNICEF and for the organization, but also I think in the region especially. I think we're moving into something within UNICEF and with partners that is truly going to be a groundbreaking area of work and critical for delivering services for children. So I'd also like to, this is in many ways the beginning of the solar hub itself, the EAP Solar Hub. I'll get into that in a moment, but let's start with a quick Menti for everyone who's online. We'd just like to get a sense of where you're located, just to see the geographic representation of the group here. So if you can, please go ahead and go on to menti.com and enter that code, or there's a QR code there for you. And I'll give this a moment just so that we could all get a picture of everyone in a single shot. Ideally, it would be nice to do a full introduction of everyone, but we figured this was the best way to do a quick group introduction. And of course, everyone's perfectly welcome to put their name and their title into the chat box if you feel so. But as you can see here from the Menti, we've got very strong representation across the whole region. With Cambodia really in the center there, that's terrific. Oh, Indonesia, yeah, everyone. So look, let's take a step back. Over the last little over a decade, there has been about an 80% reduction in the cost of solar globally. And this has basically opened up a tremendous opportunity. And UNICEF has made the commitment to scale up the use of solar energy and renewable energy across all of its sectors and all of its operations to reduce the carbon footprint. Market dynamics also in the region favor solar energy considerably across commercial, industrial, residential segments. And this was really a huge opportunity also for social services, in particular health, education, and WASH. And this, we also, as an organization, we've realized this is an important element in our in reaching our strategic plan targets. The number of children that can access these key services is often dependent on their access to electricity. And so, although the region has relied on fossil fuel energy for the last several decades, the region is in the middle of an energy transition. However, all countries are at different stages of this process, and the transition varies, and policies vary, targets vary, the regulatory regimes vary, and so all of this can make it quite complex, to engage with. And so the reason we've established the Solar Hub in EAPRO is to provide a single source of training and guidance for UNICEF country offices, but also for partners to utilize renewable energy across the WASH, health, and education sectors in particular. And this will be facilitated through a whole series of webinars, training, direct guidance. So we have, Jordan with us to basically field questions. If internally in UNICEF, if you have questions on solar, or if partners have questions on solar, we wanted to provide a one-stop shop where you can get access to technical expertise that might help facilitate with citing, proposal development of even terms of references, developing market assessments, any kind of technical support that is necessary. We can either try to answer directly in-house, or we'd be able to field that question to relevant technical experts who could provide the guidance. And this is also, we're envisaging a several stage process to this, where we have the incubation period now, and then we have the scale up period, hopefully over the course of the next year. Okay, maybe I'll go back to the introduction. There we go. And let me also just take a quick moment to introduce the team who will be presenting today. I'm Nicholas Rees. I'm Program Manager on Climate and Environment based in the East Asian Pacific region. Previous to this role, I was in New York headquarters working to grow the climate and environment function, and led a lot of the research, data and evidence generation, advocacy, as well as programmatic scale-up and guidance for the organization, as the organization took the climate role more and more seriously and strongly over the last decade or so. But it's a real pleasure to be in the region here now and working to kind of really implement this work across the country offices in this region. We also have with us Isabel. Isabel's been working as an immunization and supply chain specialist for more than 16 years and 10 years with UNICEF. She started working with the Pacific Islands in 2016 with the Polio Switch Project and has been with the East Asian Pacific Islands Regional Office since 2021. That's our office here in EAP, supporting countries with the development of cold chain equipment and different activities to strengthen their supply chain. So thank you, Isabel. We also have with us Jordan Deschon, who's a project manager at Water Mission and serving as the project manager from Water Mission for the EAP Solar Hub, our Solar Hub. So as I mentioned earlier, he's the one really helping to field a lot of these questions that come from countries and partners. He has worked with our West and Central Africa Regional Solar Hub for the past 2 years. So UNICEF has another solar hub together with Water Mission in the Wakar region, helping to provide technical support services to 20+ countries. Jordan has extensive experience with solar-powered water system design, contributing to over 100 solar water projects in the last 4 years. He's a licensed professional engineer in the United States with degrees in civil engineering. And finally, we have Max George Wagner, who is working with us on the regional solar market assessment, which we'll get into in a moment. Max is a rural electrification expert at ENENSYS. He holds an MBA in energy management and has over 5 years of experience in the energy sector. ENENSYS is a German-based, ENENSYS, where Max works, is a German-based engineering and consulting company working on decentralized renewable energy systems in off-grid settings. ENENSYS is currently supporting the Solar Hub to conduct, as I mentioned, a regional solar market assessment, bringing experience from similar work being carried out with UNICEF in East Africa. So we have a lot of expertise drawing from across the organization here with us today, or entities that have worked with UNICEF in other parts of the world. So it's a real opportunity to bring a lot of that experience together here for East Asia and Pacific. Next slide, please. So I will go through the agenda briefly here. So we're going to start with a bit of and I'll do a bit of a Solar Hub overview where we are, and then we'll be discussing also the Solar Hub market assessment. Max will come in on that. And then we're going to get into the deeper of the training, the deeper bits of the training. So the first little bit of it will be a bit about where we are and what we're doing. Why solar and electricity basics? This will get quite technical, but we encourage you to all stay with it because it's really insightful and interesting. And we'll also provide some applications. So we'll be talking about how solar interacts with the health sector, how it interacts with the education sector, and how it interacts with the wash sector. And at that point, we hope that everyone here will have a good understanding. If at the end of these couple of hours, that our hope is that everyone will have a good understanding of what is the potential for solar in the key social sectors that we work in. What are some of the challenges that we have in this space, as well as beginning to understand a little bit of how ways we might overcome some of those challenges. There will obviously, this is how deep you go is a question, is how long is a piece of string. We'll be able to provide an introductory session on solar now, but we've strongly encouraged you to continue to engage with us. We'll have visits to country offices, work directly with partners. This is really the beginning of a much deeper conversation on scaling up solar across the sectors and within our programs. But we also want to note that in this session, there is going to be a little bit more of a focus on WASH. So after section 4 on the agenda, where we've gone through some of the applications, we're going to take an even deeper dive into the WASH sector, particularly because Water Mission has that experience with UNICEF in providing training. And so we wanted to take that opportunity. Of course, if you work in health or education and you feel like you don't want to go into that, completely understand. But for WASH colleagues in particular, we think Section 5 will be very interesting, and we'll be concluding after that and identifying next steps. Next slide, please. Oh, yeah. So why a solar hub? Firstly, climate change is one of the biggest threats to children, and we know this, and we're already seeing the impact. There's been across the region about a 5-fold increase in the number of shocks, hazards, and stresses, climate-related shocks, hazards, and stresses over the last 50 years. And that's only with a 1 degree of global increase in global temperatures. As that goes up to 1.5, 2 degrees or higher, the number and frequency of climate-related shocks and disasters is going to increase even faster. So with climate change being one of the key challenges, solar and renewable energy, as we all know, is a key solution. But it's not just in terms of reducing emissions. Solar and renewable energy is critical also because it reduces emissions, but it also is critical to building resilience across our social sectors. It makes it so that when there are disasters and shocks, key social services that children rely on can continue to function, especially where large-scale grids get disrupted. And it matters for a lot of unelectrified facilities that can become electrified too. This offers huge benefits to children to receive the right medical care at night, for example, including but not limited to pregnant women who might need care when it's dark. So it provides lighting for service during that time, also access to key medical equipment that requires electricity. It helps in managing the cold chain for vaccines. It provides power for computers to manage medical records, amongst many more. This is just the health sector. In the education sector, providing cooling during the day, whether that be fans or air conditioning, electricity is critical. It might also be critical for digital learning. Having access to the internet, we know is already a key enabler of children and young people getting access to the skills that they need and participating in the digital economy. So renewable energy is critical, not just for managing the climate crisis, but also for improving the resiliency and access to social services that children depend on for their survival and for their growth and for their development. And it's important to note that the social sectors are not a minor contribution to greenhouse gas emissions. About 4.4% of greenhouse gas emissions is driven by the health sector. And it's estimated that between 5 and 9% of greenhouse gas emissions is driven by the water and sanitation sector. And another powerful study showed that if just 16% of children received climate education, essentially the education sector has the potential to create a 16 gigaton reduction in carbon emissions. And to put that into a bit of perspective, that's nearly half of global emissions per year, 16 gigaton drop in emissions. And that's over a child's lifetime, but still a sizable contribution to annual levels of greenhouse gas emissions. Initial indications, we'll hear about this in a moment from Max, suggest that reaching full electrification in education and health facilities would save about 100,000 tons of CO2 per year, and that's just in the East Asia and Pacific region. And this can be done. It might sound like a lot, but it's actually not for what it can do. But for roughly between 800 million and 1.7 billion, we could electrify with renewable energy every health and education facility across the region. But to take another step back and go into a little bit more detail about the genesis of this work, you see a publication on the right-hand side of the screen there. Back in 2017, UNICEF did a global review of WASH solar systems, and an evaluation showed that there were some weaknesses in the design, installation, and operation and maintenance of a lot of these systems. And so since then, UNICEF has been working with Water Mission, particularly in West and Central Africa, in scaling up access to technical support, guidance documents, and providing in-person trainings. And so UNICEF and Water Mission have been doing this work in Western Africa. But there's something very special about what we're doing here in East Asia and Pacific, perhaps even more so. I'm not biased at all, I swear. Because we're covering all three sectors. We're covering the health sector, the education sector, and the WASH sector all at once. And this is really a tremendous opportunity because not only can we, thinking about solar across all three sectors, we not only as an organization are different from a lot of other organizations that might just work in one, such as WHO just working in health, or UNESCO working in education. We can reach economies of scale at another level working across all three sectors at the same time. This has the potential for so many spillover effects and externalities, such as potentially the creation of microgrids. But critically, just sharing best practice and expertise across each of the sectors, we learn a lot. So we can learn from, the health sector can learn from the WASH sector and the education sector. We also have a coordinated approach. A lot of the partners, a lot of the suppliers will be some of the same players. And so why not harness that potential and work multi-sectorally on solar? So it just makes a lot of sense. Next slide, please. So in this first phase of the knocked off the, sorry, I think I got knocked off the call there for a second. Can someone confirm that you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Nick.
Yes. Okay. So in this first stage of the Solar Hub, this is the incubation period. We're doing a detailed needs assessment, stakeholder consultations, conducting essentially a market assessment across the region. We're launching initial program services. So as I mentioned, Jordan is here to provide that technical guidance to all of you, conducting trainings and technical support such as this, and also working to establish a model for long-term sustainability. So, conceptualizing what makes sense. How do we serve all three sectors with maximum efficiency and scale, so that we can bring in private sector partners, so that we can expand skills to youth directly, so we can reach young people with these trainings as well, so that we can truly reach all facilities within the near term. So we're really trying to figure out what is our operational model in this incubation stage. We'll investigate what that'll take and who will need to have on board and what partnerships we need to have in place. Next slide, please. So with that, with the launch of the Solar Hub, let me just encourage everyone to visit the website. It's www.eapsolarhub.org. You can also email, and this is a critical email, any request you have on solar, email support@eapsolarhub.org. And you'll have access to people who will help guide you in your technical question and do the best to answer them. But as you can see, these are some screenshots from the actual website that is live now. As it says, the EAP Solar Hub provides technical support to UNICEF across WASH, country offices, NGOs, NGO WASH clusters, and more. Next slide, please. There's a range of services that the EAP Solar Hub provides. As I mentioned, it's solar training, technical support, and resourcing. But there's a lot of videos, and so you can. There's a button here, request technical support. You can send in your questions directly right there, and someone will answer them quickly. There are a lot of videos and guidance and technical documents on the website. that will really, it's starting now from a WASH perspective, but we're going to be building that out, as I mentioned, across education and health as well. So there'll be a lot of videos just to help understand the design steps in terms of solarizing health education and WASH. And also, obviously, access to key information, events, and other types of resources that might be useful. So I strongly encourage everyone to visit the website here because I think it'll provide a useful source of information and an access point for you to connect with people who can help answer questions. Next slide, please. So without further ado, I'm going to turn over to Max, who will provide a little bit of an overview of a work in progress, which is our regional solar market assessment. So big thank you to Max, because it's also something like 3 a.m. where Max is at the moment. All right, over to you, Max.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks so much, Nicholas. Let me just share my screen. Great. Can I just hear if you guys can see and hear me okay?
Perfect.
Yes.
Great, thanks so much. Yeah, and apologies if I sound a little bit groggy. It's still quite early here in Berlin, but I have had a first coffee, so I hope that'll get me through the next 20 minutes or so, where I would really like to take the time to share with you what Enensys has been doing as part of our support on the Solar Hub, and in particular, some of the headline messages of our regional report, the EAP Regional Solar Market Assessment, as well as the next steps involved. So as already mentioned, Enensys was brought on board towards the end of last year to carry out an assessment of the solar market within education, healthcare, and WASH across the region. And the approach taken was to begin with kind of a wide-ranging desk-based data collection and categorization in order to establish really a baseline on solar use across the region in health, education, and WASH. And this was then used to feed into the data platform that we've put together. This is an Excel-based tool to showcase some of the key data points, such as number of facilities, electrification rate, regulatory environment, etc. That's still being worked on at the moment, but should be ready relatively soon to share. And this data was then used in step 3, where we developed a country prioritization index and combined deliverables 1 through 3 to form the basis of the regional report, which I'm going to be talking about a little bit more today. Still a work in progress, but it's being finalized at the moment. And that report kind of assesses the solar PV market within the 26 East Asian Pacific countries and provides a broad overview of the current status in terms of electrification, the market gap, and what is needed in terms of solar PV capacity and financing to fill that gap. In the next sections, I'll be sharing some of the key takeaways, as I mentioned. And so, yeah, let's get kind of stuck in, I guess, by taking a step back. And this is kind of just echoing a little bit again what Nicholas has already been saying, and just to sort of put the rationale down for this work. This has already been well demonstrated that reliable and affordable renewable energy really plays a vital role as an enabler for a number of positive health and educational outcomes. In the health sector, electricity allows 24-hour services and vaccines to be kept cool. And Isabel will be talking more about this in one of the next sections. And in education sector, just as an example, it powers obviously ICT equipment as well as lighting for longer studying hours, with benefits such as reducing staff turnover. And I'll be talking about that electrification of education facilities a little bit later this morning as well. Underpinning all of that, of course, is access to WASH facilitated by water pumping, which Jordan is going to be tackling later as well. So in the 26 countries covered in the report, obviously it's a hugely diverse set of countries, but these have a leading role to play in the continued push for a renewable energy transition. And that transition is clearly already underway in the region. The East Asia Pacific countries counting for 31% of global installed solar capacity at the moment, but still 70% or thereabout of total energy consumption still comes from non-renewable resources. And there are at least 62 million people that still require electricity access. And as one of the most vulnerable regions in terms of natural disasters, and this is something already Nicholas has been mentioning, including those related to climate change, of course, having the resilient public infrastructure in terms of education, healthcare, and wash facilities, powered by renewable energy is really paramount for well-being of children. So there's really significant amount of work still to be done, despite the progress. And when we consider the various options for electrification, one simple fact is that the region shows very strong potential for solar-based electricity generation across the very diverse countries that we have here, obviously. In almost every other respect, one of the unifying factors is their good to excellent potential for solar, given the solar irradiation levels. And targets across the region are being set, which is really sending an important signal to stakeholders on the intentions of these states to transition away from fossil fuels to clean energy sources. And while some of the kind of the island countries have already succeeded in switching to 100% of their energy generation coming from renewable energy, there are around 16 countries across the region aiming for 50% or more share of renewable energy generation in the next 7 years. Yeah, so some of the smaller ones you already see here, they've reached 100% renewable energy targets, and the larger ones, such as Thailand, Indonesia, obviously, are going to have slightly different timelines and targets. But overall, good conditions for solar, and the ambition in a number of the countries are certainly encouraging and indicate where governments may be also receptive to some programming that helps them reach those targets. In order to meet those targets that we just sort of mentioned briefly, more specifically to categorize electrification of health, education, wash facilities, the extent to which there is an enabling regulatory environment is really critical. So we looked at 10 de jure indicators, and these are a combination of the World Bank RISE indicators and ones which we compiled, covering, for instance, whether fiscal incentives for solar exist, guidelines on any permits that might be required, or the existence of a dedicated wash policy. So taking just a couple of highlights in this chart, we simply allocated 1 point. Yeah, at 1 point, if a particular regulation was in place, and just to pull out a few examples here, promotion of off-grid decentralized energy solutions obviously requires a mixture of policy and regulatory measures, including integrating those within national electrification planning. And this does appear to be the case in the majority of countries. In 2019, for example, in Cambodia, they included electricity access for rural communities within the National Basic Energy Plan, and set up a rural electrification fund in order to reach universal energy access through decentralized energy generation. But particularly critical, also there's fiscal incentives that are being put in place that can reduce the financial risks that are associated with renewable energy projects. But we still only found that such capital subsidies or duty and tax exemptions for standalone systems were in place in just over half the countries. Otherwise, a few countries stand out, such as the Philippines and Tonga, but there are other positive examples elsewhere. Indonesia set in place a regulation on accelerating electrification in underdeveloped, remote and small islands, streamlining private sector investment in the sector, and doing that through financial incentives and eased permitting. So more broadly, around 12 of the 26 countries would allow facilities on grid or with weak grids to feed in electricity back into the grid and receive financial compensation for that through feed-in and net metering. Oops, sorry, there we go. So turning from the regulatory environment to electricity access in order to determine the market gap for electrifying UNICEF priority sectors, compile data from national and international reports on the proportion of facilities within each country that have access to electricity. Some of the Pacific islands, such as Nauru, Niue, Cook Islands, stand out with high electrification rates to date. On average, electricity access in the education sector appears to be a greater challenge than in the healthcare sector in the Pacific Islands, around 5% of healthcare facilities compared to 28% of education facilities currently receiving no electricity at all. And lowest electrification rates in both sectors found in PNG and Mongolia. Turning to WASH, this data shows the percentage of health and education facilities without access to an improved water source. This was taken from the World Health Organization, UNICEF, so you might already be aware of this data. Nevertheless, interesting here to see that whilst all the countries in the region demonstrate need for improved access to WASH facilities, Vietnam, Cambodia, Micronesia all stand out on their low access rates. For those countries for which data could be gathered, the Pacific Islands appear to have made larger degrees of progress on WASH access for education facilities. And across the wider region, countries such as Laos, Cambodia, and PNG seem to need additional support in this space. Having determined the kind of the status quo, I want to now briefly turn to the electrification gap and the funding needs required to fully electrify these facilities. And once we know the approximate number of unelectrified facilities, we used predefined categories of health and education facilities to estimate the solar PV capacity required to meet the daily energy demand for all unelectrified facilities in the country. And then a second calculation in red here was made for the same facilities, but including additional energy needs of solar water pump with the capacity to pump water for use by a facility, by the facility rather, as well as a nearby community of around 1,000 people. So countries seen here, but without data, either recording 100% electrification rates or the number of facilities could not be found. So this results in a healthcare sector capacity gap of around 21,000 kilowatt peak of solar PV that would be needed to be installed for full electrification of facilities currently receiving no electricity, and around 32,000 kilowatt peaks, including water pumping for all countries across the region. In order to overcome the energy gap, financing will, of course, also be required to reach full electrification. So in terms of those financial requirements for energy systems, in each sector, we estimated these, including the cost of PV panels, battery banks, the hybrid inverters, remote monitoring system, fencing, wiring, etc., as well as transport installation costs and operation and maintenance. So based on this, full electrification of healthcare facilities would come to around 122 million for solar PV systems and 244, including solar water pumping. And this only covers those facilities that are off-grid at the moment. So it doesn't include those facilities on-grid, but with weak access, for example. We can then estimate the avoided CO2 emissions. So for instance, a healthcare center with a water pump and 10 kilowatt peak system would be electrified with diesel generator instead of solar. We'd be emitting around 4 tons of CO2 equivalent a year. And for all facilities across the region, that comes to around 12,000 tons of CO2. So we made the same calculations for the education sector, and here we see a large market gap in Myanmar, and Indonesia, and East Asia, and in Vanuatu and Solomon Islands and the Pacific Islands. On average, electricity access in the education sector was worse off than in the healthcare sector, as already mentioned. Pacific Islands, that's the case with around 5% of healthcare facilities compared to 28 education facilities currently receiving no electricity at all. And then in the remaining East Asia region, on average, in the education sector, around 22%. In the healthcare sector, 28% of facilities are without electricity. Lowest electrification rates, actually in both, were found in PNG, Mongolia, and DPRK. So this leads us to 136,000 kilowatt peaks of capacity gap required, and financing gap of around 700 or just over 700 million for electrifying those facilities, and around 227,000 kilowatt peaks and 1.5 billion if you're taking out China, Myanmar, North Korea, that comes down to around 850 million. So similar to the healthcare sector, we estimated CO2 emissions here, which are just under 2 tons of CO2 equivalent per year for a single school water pump, and 88,000 tons in total for all the countries. That would be the equivalent of around 30,000 people flying between Jakarta and New York in a year. So the headline message here is that despite significant progress across the region in reaching universal electricity access in priority sectors, there still remains a large gap for off-grid health and education facilities for which solar electrification would really be suitable. But yeah, given the diverse set of countries and the diverse progress, can we distinguish in terms of suitability for UNICEF to work on solar electrification? And in order to start answering this question, what we did is developed a kind of relatively simple index, but still useful, hopefully, composed of 4 key factors. And here we're assessing various dimensions of a country's suitability for solar electrification. Yeah, so what we did is starting with the combined kind of market gap for those facilities. This is the first one here. So the number of off-grid facilities. Then looking also at the conduciveness of the regulatory environment, cost of diesel, assuming the higher the cost, the more of an argument can be made for electrifying with solar, and children's climate risk score here. And these indicators were then weighted and standardized from 0 to 100 to allow for comparison and then to be ranked. So ranking at the top of the list for both sectors are Myanmar, Indonesia, and PNG. The closer to green the color coding here, the more of an opportunity exists. So as an aside here, the size of the public health and education sectors varies obviously quite significantly across the region, with larger countries in terms of population size also having the largest number of facilities, outlines being China and Indonesia in particular, over 1 million to 300,000 combined facilities respectively. And And then if we're comparing that to some of the Pacific islands, where on average the number is around 250 facilities per country, including some such as Tuvalu, Tokelau, Sama, Palau with under 50. So when we were looking at the kind of the market gap, that's why the Pacific Islands here score relatively low compared to the larger countries. Country for which we found data, those on average around 6 education facilities for every healthcare facilities. So this is where it's at the moment. What we then did, actually, because of this fact, we sort of separated out the Pacific Islands and ranked them by themselves, or amongst themselves rather. And important to mention here that this is really to be used just as an initial kind of guidance. A low score doesn't mean that there is no opportunity for the solar hub. For instance, in a country with a low market gap, the national grid, for example, might be very unreliable with having multiple hours per day without electricity, and these aren't captured in the market gap here, but can obviously still present an opportunity for electrification. And some broad categories can be derived already. So if we take, for example, countries with high market gap and a conducive regulatory environment, this might suggest that the regulatory and policy foundations in that country have already been laid to address the market gap, and there are a significant number of facilities that require electrification, such as Indonesia and PNG. But on the other hand, countries with a low market gap but a conducive regulatory environment, a number of the Pacific Islands, for example, they have small populations and high electrification rates, might mean that a low market gap compared to the larger countries, they still might have very high dependence on diesel, for example, and so replacing those with solar electrification can obviously be beneficial. All this just to say that this is the starting point for a conversation around which form of solar electrification support is more or less suitable in the different contexts of these countries. Yeah, and that's important because besides the significant market gap, there's an opportunity for the solar hub to bring added value to the nexus between each of those areas. Yeah, and so just very briefly here, a few of the kind of takeaways in terms of some of the added values of the solar hub. Obviously, there's really deep institutional knowledge, and this is from Enensis coming from the outside looking at this. Obviously, there's see deep institutional knowledge surrounding the kind of the primary beneficiaries of energy access for education and healthcare, and that enables UNICEF to kind of put together tailor-based approaches that are impact-focused in terms of the interventions, in many ways that other actors in the space are unable to, those focusing more on energy access as kind of an infrastructure issue. Secondly, on a kind of regional level, the support, and I'm not going to go into this too much, Nicholas already mentioned the support that is paramount to help coordinate amongst key stakeholders and providing the expertise and capacity building for staff. And this cross-sectoral approach, creating linkages between actors and sectors, can really be made with the solar hub and be demonstrated to align towards achieving national targets and SDGs. And with this additional funding, I think can be released, or at least the opportunities for it, and particularly so where we can scale and complementarities, can be taken advantage of. For instance, these facilities may be located within close proximity to each other and the community that they serve. So adopting a holistic perspective can bring really added value when compared to those initiatives that are focused only on one issue. Yeah, so where are we now? We've kind of given a flavor of that already, and just wanted to share now what some of the next steps are. So having carried out this kind of big picture desk-based regional assessment, going to zoom in a little bit more on a few of the countries, starting with a deep dive on Cambodia, looking into the capacity needs there, existing initiatives and approaches being adopted, as well as the kind of the suitability of the regulatory environment. Find my mouse, there we go. So then we're going to be using that, those sort of broader contextual factors to then prepare an investment case for both Cambodia and Mongolia. And here we're going to be looking more at the funding side of things, the financing that would be required to electrify unelectrified facilities, delivery models, which ones might be more or less suitable in the country, and how developed the private sector is, the role of local government, etc. Yeah, so that's kind of most immediately the next step. And then as part of both of these, we're going to be carrying out consultations with key stakeholders across the region, and very interested in learning from the experiences across the region, very keen to hear anyone sharing their experiences today also. And then finally, we're going to be condensing those findings, the various pieces, into an executive summary, which will kind of outline an operational plan for solar electrification of each of these facilities. Sorry, there we go. For each of these facilities, and this will be, yeah, the kind of the distilling everything that we've put together to date into an operational plan for the solar hub, thinking about business models also and the like. So with that, thank you for your time. I think we stuck around to 25-30 minutes or so. I hope it didn't go over too much. Yeah, excited to be here and have the chance to speak with you. So happy to answer any questions, either now in the chat or via email later on.
Thank you, Max. I just see there are a couple questions in the chat. I don't know if we want to take a moment to take a look at them. Maybe, Max, they're questions that might pertain to any of us. But Sajina mentions, are there any studies or data from Southeast Asia as well? Would be interesting to know, as green initiatives are the current need of a lot of Southeast Asian countries. So I think just responding to that, also, Max, I don't know if you have any thoughts on that in particular too. There are certainly studies and data from Southeast Asia as well, and I think that we are looking at, for the solar market assessment, we're looking across the 14 country offices, and some of those, one of those country offices represents a whole lot of small island countries as well. So we're focusing particularly on those, and within that there will be a lot of Southeast Asian countries represented. So, but it does go beyond specifically the Southeast Asian countries. So the solar market assessment should help cover a lot of that. Of course, there are some South Asia countries that might not be part of the 14 that are there. And there are a growing number of initiatives that look at this, and our regional office in South Asia is also going to be looking at this. Mitieli, I hope I got your name right. You've mentioned, at what point is there no climate risk, and what are the requirements to reduce the climate risk without hindering access to basic needs requirements like freezers for storage of groceries? So, of course, there's virtually no scenario where there's zero climate risk across any country. I think we did initial assessments that about greater than 99%, and I think it's 99.9% of all children in the region and globally are experiencing some form of climate impacts, whether that's flooding, droughts, severe temperature change, storms, cyclones, etc. So there's not going to be any point where there's no climate risk, and that's going to also be increasing in the years to come, even due to emissions that have already been emitted. If we were to stop all emissions right now, we're still going to see some elements of global warming in the decades to come due to what we've already done. So there's no version of that, but there is a ton. What we can do is reduce children's vulnerability, and so that's an area where we can considerably reduce climate risk, is by investing in key social services for children, because the risk equation is a combination of the hazard, the exposure to that hazard, the underlying vulnerabilities that populations have, and their capacities to respond to that. There is so much we can do to that equation in the underlying vulnerabilities and the capacities to respond to reduce overall risk, and to make the impacts of climate considerably less. And that's where our organization in particular stands as a critical player in terms of helping to reduce vulnerability and improve capacity. So there's a ton that we can do in that space. And I think that's one of the elements of solar across the three sectors is to improve resilience, as well as, of course, reduce emissions at the same time. Carlos, you've mentioned, are there advantages to go from no electric connection directly to solar powered systems? I think that there are, yes, considerably. There are definitely advantages to go from not having electricity directly to solar powered systems. As I mentioned, the cost of renewable energy and solar systems has reduced about 80% in the last 12, 13 years or so. And so in many cases, it will actually be even cheaper to move straight to a solar powered system, especially when those systems are designed right. The operation and maintenance is taken into consideration, because while there are, some upfront costs in this, the benefits accrue considerably over a couple of years. And there are a lot of very creative systems that even make it so that there aren't upfront costs, so that just engaging directly with solar, even accounting for upfront costs, can be cheaper than connecting to a traditional grid. But obviously, all of these are quite context specific and just depends on the particular location that we're talking about. But there are definitely opportunities to move directly to solar powered systems with lower upfront costs as well as lower maintenance costs over the lifetime. So, but I'll also just see, Max, I don't know if you have any thoughts to any of these questions that you want to come in on.
Thanks, Lisa. No, I mean, I think that you addressed them excellently. Just the only thing I just add on Sanjina Sherpa's question around the studies. I mean, one thing is that we'll provide the data, the kind of the raw data that went into the report with Nicholas and the team, and putting together a data dashboard, so a visualization where you can kind of pull up your country and compare it to other countries across the region on some of those key data points that I mentioned, and yeah, including the sources of those as well.
Awesome. Okay, I also just want to quickly announce two things that I forgot to announce at the very beginning. So critically, I just also want to take a moment to thank Australian Aid and the UNICEF Australia office for their contributions in all of this. I just, this was a critical thing that I wanted to mention right at the beginning, because they have helped the fund the incubation stage of the Solar Hub. So just a critical thanks there. Also want to take a moment because I didn't properly introduce Arturo, who is in the background here helping to organize all of the pieces of this. And so Arturo, do you want to just quickly jump on and say and introduce yourself?
I think a little bit bad, but thank you very much to everyone for joining us today. I'm happy that we have a lot of attendees, and so I will be posting some comments on the chat box, so feel free to use it to interact, also to share your questions, and I will try to collect as much as I can so we can address them towards the end of the event. Over to you, Nick, and thank you very much. Bye.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And I also, if it's okay, may I just quickly ask Alice to come in? I want to say a big thanks to Alice as well from UNICEF Australia as well for helping to come in on this and support this project from incubation to scaling up. Oh, it turns out Alice can't use the mic, so never mind. But a big thanks to Alice and Australian Natcom and Australian Aid. So thank you all. And thank you, Max, also for the introduction to the overall regional solar market assessment. Critically, I think that provides an incredibly useful overall frame so that as we're going into this, as we're working to help to scale up solar across WASH, health and education across the region, we really understand the particular dynamics and the particular dynamics, how they vary from country to country, so that we can create customized solutions that work for each of the very unique circumstances that our offices and partners are working on throughout the region. So I think that this solar market assessment will be available in June, and similarly with the deep dives in the investment cases in a few country offices coming shortly thereafter. But hopefully this provides a really good basis for grounding our work and understanding how we can scale up technical assistance to all of these countries. Okay, let's move on to the next stage. I'm going to now turn to Jordan, who, as I mentioned, he is the custodian of the Solar Hub at the moment and really helping to kind of field all of the questions and getting into the nitty-gritty of this. As you have a sense now, we've provided the overview. Now we're going deep into the training. So get your electricity hats on. Sorry, that's a very corny introduction that I just made, but yeah. Over to you, Jordan. Thank you.
Thanks, Nick. And good morning, everyone. Grateful to be here with you and excited to dive into this training with you together. So I'm going to be talking about why solar and then jumping into some electricity basics. But before I do that, I just want to briefly mention a few things about Water Mission, the organization I worked for. Water Mission is a Christian engineering nonprofit. We design, build, and implement safe water, sanitation, and hygiene solutions. And our faith motivates and compels us to serve all people, regardless of age, gender, race, or faith. Just some bit about our experience. Water Mission has installed more than 1,600 solar-powered water systems globally. These systems range from 1 up to 300 kilowatts. And these can be systems that have direct solar pumps, as well as larger systems that utilize inverters and batteries. That photo there that you see is a 100 kilowatt solar array in Western Tanzania that powers an AC submersible pump. So all those solar panels are just powering one pump. It's a pretty great project. We've got 9 country offices around the world and over 700 staff globally. And then in our headquarters in South Carolina, as well as across the United States, we have over 100 staff. And of those, there are 13 licensed professional engineers on staff. All right, so why solar? The East Asia Pacific region is in the middle of a transition towards renewable energy. The chart on the right shows just the past 6 years of solar capacity measured in gigawatts. So from 2016 all the way up to 2021, there's been an increase almost fourfold in the total solar capacity in the countries listed there in the note. So there's a big opportunity for solar, but all the countries are at different stages of transition and feature a variety of policies, targets, regulatory regimes, challenges, and risks. So it's important that we think about it and talk about it, which is why that presentation from Max, I think, was so wonderful and relevant. So there's also rapid growth in solar and energy adoption. as well as installation capacities across the region. And then market dynamics are creating an opportunity for exploring interventions at scale in health, education, and WASH sectors. This also provides the potential for independence from fossil fuels and the utility grid. As well, solar has minimal operation and maintenance costs, so they're widely advantageous. In terms of applications, we've seen the relevance in sectors in health, education, and WASH, and so solar can power healthcare facilities, schools, water systems, and many other facilities. But how can we make this sustainable? Well, the need requests must come from the ministries of health and education. They need to be owners of the systems. We needed to determine the accountability and roles of each partner prior to implementing the projects. And we need to ensure that energy capacity assessment is done professionally. So I want to take a step back and just talk a little bit about electricity. So if we're going to be solar experts, all of us are going to know how to use and adopt solar systems. We should understand how it works. So electricity is the motion or flow of charges. So you can see in the simple illustration, we've got a battery, the positive and negative end, and a light bulb. And you can see when the loop is closed there on the top, this mimics the flow of charges through that connection. But there's also a really neat parallel between electricity and water, where some of the key variables in electricity kind of are analogous to a few parameters in water. So with voltage is the force that causes electrons to flow. It's measured in volts. And in water systems, it's like pressure. So if you think of a water pipe, if there's pressure in the water pipe, that pressure is what's causing the water to flow through the pipe. In the same way, voltage is the force that causes electrons to flow. We can also think of this in current. Current is the magnitude of electron flow. It's measured in amps, and when comparing it to a water system, it's like the flow rate. So how much water is flowing through the system? Current is a measure of electron flow. And lastly, resistance is resistance to electron flow. It's measured in ohms, and it's like friction or head loss in a water system. All right, so I want some audience participation here, so get ready to type in the chat. We're going to do some practice problems, so get your calculators out. This is Ohm's law, which states voltage is equal to current times resistance, or V equals I times R. So if voltage is 400 and current is 8 amps, what is resistance? You can go ahead and put your answers in the chat. And I can't see the chat, so I don't know what answers are coming through. Maybe I'll try to check. We'll see who's the quickest on this calculation. 50. Okay, that's right. We got a correct answer there. Nice job. 50 ohms would be the resistance. Let's now look at the power law. This is an important one. It states that power is equal to voltage times current, or P equals V times I. We got another practice problem here. Voltage is 300 volts and current is 8.4 amps. What is the power? Let's see who can get this one the quickest. Okay, very nice. Wow, you guys were quick there. Awesome. That's correct. 2,520 watts. Great participation, everyone. Now I want to talk a little bit about the difference between DC and AC power. So DC stands for direct current. And based on that chart there, you can see DC voltage has constant voltage with time, constant voltage across time. And alternating current, or AC, has changing voltage with time. You can see it oscillates up and down with the sine wave. And a way we can think of this is like a chainsaw. Direct current is like a chainsaw. The electrons move in one direction. They move in one direction. And there's sort of a constant flow and constant speed. Whereas alternating current, the electrons move back and forth. And that's why you get that oscillating voltage. So this is a helpful analogy for maybe understanding direct current versus alternating current. I want to talk too about the uses for DC and AC power and when different uses are appropriate. So there are certain products that are designed to be directly powered by DC. The first example on the far left there of your screen is a DC pump, a solar pump that can be connected directly from solar panels, and it can operate and pump water. Another example just next to it is a refrigerator that's a solar direct drive refrigerator or freezer, maybe for keeping vaccines cold in a healthcare facility. But then when using AC power, you'll need battery and inverter systems to convert the DC energy that comes from solar panels into AC power. And the photos there show a battery and inverter system that I think Isabel will talk a little bit more about in her presentation. Next to that is an inverter that might be used for powering a large AC pump. And next, I want to just talk about some definitions that are helpful to know for solar. The first is photovoltaics, or solar PV, or just PV for short. That's solar electricity that's generated using the photovoltaic effect. And we'll learn about that in a video we'll show in a second. Solar cell, these are the building blocks of a solar panel. It's comprised of silicon and conductive metal. And there are three common types that include monocrystalline, polycrystalline, and thin film. Next is a solar panel or solar module, photovoltaic panel or photovoltaic module. And technically there are some slight differences, but these terms are commonly interchangeable. And lastly, a solar array is a group of solar panels that can be wired in series and or parallel that work together to produce more energy. Now we'll watch a quick video about how solar panels work, and I'm hoping the sound comes through, but if it doesn't for any reason, somebody could unmute and let me know.
The Earth intercepts a lot of solar power, 173,000 terawatts. That's 10,000 times more power than the planet's population uses. So is it possible that one day the world could be completely reliant on solar energy? To answer that question, we first need to examine how solar panels convert solar energy to electrical energy. Solar panels are made up of smaller units called solar cells. The most common solar cells are made from silicon, a semiconductor that is the second most abundant element on Earth. In a solar cell, crystalline silicon is sandwiched between conductive layers. Each silicon atom is connected to its neighbors by 4 strong bonds, which keep the electrons in place, so no current can flow. Here's the key. A silicon solar cell uses 2 different layers of silicon. An N-type silicon has extra electrons, and P-type silicon has extra spaces for electrons, called holes. Where the 2 types of silicon meet, electrons can wander across the p-n junction, leaving a positive charge on one side and creating negative charge on the other. You can think of light as the flow of tiny particles called photons shooting out from the sun. When one of these photons strikes the silicon cell with enough energy, it can knock an electron from its bond, leaving a hole. The negatively charged electron and location of the positively charged hole are now free to move around. But because of the electric field at the p-n junction, they'll only go one way. The electron is drawn to the n side, while the hole is drawn to the p side. The mobile electrons are collected by thin metal fingers at the top of the cell. From there, they flow through an external circuit, doing electrical work like powering a light bulb, before returning through the conductive aluminum sheet on the back. Each silicon cell only puts out half a volt, but you can string them together in modules to get more power. 12 photovoltaic cells are enough to charge a cell phone, while it takes many modules to power an entire house. Electrons are the only moving parts in a solar cell, and they all go back where they came from. There's nothing to get worn out or used up, so solar cells can last for decades. So what's stopping us from being completely reliant on solar power? There are political factors at play, not to mention businesses that lobby to maintain the status quo. But for now, let's focus on the physical and logistical challenges. And the most obvious of those is that solar energy is unevenly distributed across the planet. Some areas are sunnier than others. It's also inconsistent. Less solar energy is available on cloudy days or at night. So a total reliance would require efficient ways to get electricity from sunny spots to cloudy ones, and effective storage of energy. The efficiency of the cell itself is a challenge too. If sunlight is reflected instead of absorbed, or if dislodged electrons fall back into a hole before going through the circuit, that photon's energy is lost. The most efficient solar cell yet still only converts 46% of the available sunlight to electricity, and most commercial systems are currently 15 to 20% efficient. In spite of these limitations, it actually would be possible to power the entire world with today's solar technology. We'd need the funding to build the infrastructure and a good deal of space. Estimates range from tens to hundreds of thousands of square miles, which seems like a lot, but the Sahara Desert alone is over 3 million square miles in area. Meanwhile, solar cells are getting better, cheaper, and are competing with electricity from the grid. And innovations like floating solar farms may change the landscape entirely. Thought experiments aside, there's the fact that over 1 billion people don't have access to a reliable electric grid, especially in developing countries, many of which are sunny. So in places like that, solar energy is already much cheaper and safer than available alternatives like kerosene. For, say, Finland or Seattle, though, effective solar energy may still be a little way off.
All right, I hope you found that video helpful. I know it's helpful for me even to listen to it again. I've seen it a couple times, and it's just good to know how solar panels work. If you found that video helpful, I'll drop it in the chat later in case you want to view it again or share it with others. But for now, I want to talk about power from solar and the 3 main variables that control how much power you can generate from solar panels. The first key variable are the solar panel specifications. These include power, voltage, and amperage rating of solar panels. The second key variable is irradiance. That's the power that comes from the sun, both from direct sunlight and indirect diffusion of light. And the last variable is temperature, which is the temperature of solar panels themselves. So that was just a quick overview of solar, kind of some background information, quick electricity basics, and how solar panels work. I believe now we're going to take about a 10-minute break, but during the break, we'd love for you to fill in your attendance through a sign-in form. You can scan this QR code, or Arturo will drop the link in the chat. But we'll come back together at 9:30 local time in Bangkok, and then we'll be going into some applications of solar in health, education, and WASH. So take about a 10-minute break. We'll come back together, but please fill in your information on the sign-in form. You can scan the QR code on the screen or click the link in the chat. And thanks, everybody. We'll be back in 10.
All right. It's 9:30, so welcome back, everyone. Hope everyone had a good chance to get a cup of coffee or something like that, depending on where you are. I think we've had, it's been a very interesting morning session, and that's why, as I said, we're going to get into the technical details. But I think this is exactly what we're aiming to do, is just more and more people understanding the mechanics and the details of solar energy. I just want to remind everyone, if you could sign in with the attendance sheet, there's a QR code on the screen there, or there's the link in the chat that people can use for the signing in. This will be really useful also for us to just keep in touch with more resources, more training, as well as good to just create a little bit more of a community of practice around this. Obviously, if you don't want to be part of that, that's fine. You can opt out, but it would be great to have your contact information so that we can build this community. Thank you, Jordan, very much for the previous session. I think that was really, really insightful. Those videos were also incredible. We have the links to the videos we can put into the chat so that you can review those again in your own time. We're going to have a slight change in order here. Originally, we were going to do health and then education, but we're actually just going to do education and then health. So we're going back to Max, who will be providing us with a little bit of an overview on how you might apply renewable energy in the education sector. Okay, so over to you, Max.
Great, thanks, Nick, and hi everyone again. Hope you managed to have a small little break. Can you just checking you can see and hear everything okay? Yeah.
Yes, all good.
Okay, awesome.
I think you're on solar market assessment slide there, but I think
yeah, that's
okay,
right. Yeah,
good.
yeah. Sorry about that.
Yeah, sorry, that might be the previous. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay. There we go. Okay, awesome. Great. So for the next 15 minutes or so, I wanted to focus on electrification of education facilities. And just more broadly in terms of also the challenges and opportunities for that going forward. And empowering the education sector obviously has a number of wider developmental impacts, which we can illustrate quite nicely with the SDGs, of course. Foremost here is the contribution that can be made towards educating children, SDG 4. So powering lights, allowing for longer studying hours and teaching hours, as well as the safety of lighting around facilities, whilst the ICT equipment that can be used to power laptops and printers, helping to improve quality of teaching. And solar electrification in particular can also make a contribution towards SDG 7, of course. So this one around affordable and clean energy for all, by countering rather the energy poverty and expanding deployment of renewable energy, which for education facilities in particular can have a multiplier effect on community services when used to also power solar water pumps. There are also a number of additional SDGs that were being contributed towards SDG 1. So electrifying schools reduces also the number of the population size in terms of climate-related negative impacts, and ensuring sustained access to teaching in the face of negative climate-related events. SDG 5, improving education of girls and women. SDG 7, contributing to the access of wash services, and then 8 and 13 around promotion of a work-ready population, as well as reducing education sector greenhouse gas emissions where solar is used. Yeah, so I thought that's useful just to kind of quick reminder of where we're at in terms of the education sector and the broader SDG goals, but These high-level goals can often seem quite abstract, so just to give you more kind of concrete sense of impact, these are a few kind of quotes here from a recent review of a school electrification program in the Philippines that included a number of consultations, which I think illustrate these benefits quite nicely. Teachers, for example, saying that students can now relate quite easily to the topics that require video, for example, since they can watch it, being easier to read, obviously with lighting, reviewing homework and the like, but also allowing teachers to perform their functions more better with digitization, allowing for digital copies of records, improved planning, for example, also. So if that's what we're kind of aiming towards in terms of the impact of solar electrification of education facilities, what's standing in the way of us being able to do that? And if you've got access to a browser, then let's give this second Menti a try here. If you go to menti.com and you can use the code that's on the slide, I'll just give you a couple of minutes maybe to add your feedback here. Oh, okay. I'm not sure if it's working. Oh yeah, okay. No, something's. Okay, yeah. So lack of government support and funding. Okay, interesting. Yeah. Technical know-how. Okay, I wonder, I think that I can still, or that we can still see the results. I can keep going, and those that haven't had a chance to can kind of fill in that Menti as we go. But here, two front runners being lack of funding and limited government support. Yeah. Okay. Well, if you haven't had a chance to yet, then please feel free just to continue with that, and I'll keep going so we don't lose too much time. Well, rural electrification of education facilities obviously comes with a number of major challenges that need to be understood and overcome. And on the technical front, issues can include that once installed, a system provides insufficient and unreliable supply of electricity. So that's a point we'll return to in just a moment, that the assets break down, a lack of technical understanding to preemptively maintain the system, to operate it or repair it, for example. And this is compounded by more broadly the policy making and education and energy elements not communicating with each other, lack of clear standards and procedures for design and procurement of equipment where this is done by government, lack of data sharing on, for example, electrification rates and ICT needs, that hinders kind of the planning stage of such projects. And on an institutional level, barriers mean that mechanisms are lacking to build the local institutional capacity to design and manage electrification programs tailored to education facilities. Also have situations in which teaching staff already overburdened and receiving limited compensation are having to then work longer hours and get up to speed with a lot of new technology. At the same time, kind of the local knowledge to properly operate and maintain those energy systems is obviously paramount to avoid failure of the electrification programs. And that's something that that Jordan also has already spoken to, the O&M component. And then lastly, financing, obviously a huge challenge, including a lack of adequate funding to support those projects around electrification of education facilities. And as facilities themselves have very limited funds to start with, this makes it obviously very hard for them to provide any kind of remuneration for electricity received. And this is also not just, or this is not just for the kind of the capital costs of putting those systems together, but also funds for operation and maintenance, and for replacement of batteries throughout the lifetime of the system. So supporting policies such as subsidies and fiscal incentives for renewable energy products to be installed in those facilities, and appropriate monitoring and accountability mechanisms to measure the impact of those investments are also often lacking. Very briefly now, moving on with some of those barriers in mind, and sort of mentioned on the technical element during the inception and design phase of a solar electrification project. One of the first kind of considerations is which facilities require what systems, to put it very simply. So this involves sizing the system to meet the demand of the facility, because if we oversize the system, we've got a situation which we have low effectiveness in terms of the utilization of public funds. The assets themselves are underutilized, driving up also the OPEX costs. And in the end, we have a worse levelized cost of electricity. On the flip side, if we're undersizing the solar system, it makes it hard to meet the demand of those facilities, leading to frequent blackouts. The users are then dissatisfied and start being disgruntled, not using them. And it can lead to deterioration of those assets faster. So the correct sizing is really critical, allows more effective utilization of public funds, improved asset utilization, more reasonable operating costs, and happy users in the end. And in order to do that, in order to get the right system size, we need to consider the demand factors such as the load in terms of kilowatt hours a day, and how that load varies, how it will grow, and including a security factor for the load. On the supply side, we need to get the solar radiation levels and make the right choices in terms of the technology that's being adopted. Thankfully, this doesn't need to be a gamble or a trial and error approach. We have tools that can help us. I mean, NENSA has been working with UNICEF, and we've also been working on this in the East Africa project to put together a system sizing tool that can be used by anyone with a few hours of training, to then go to an education facility and carry out a survey that takes about an hour once you've received a little bit of training with it. And the method here is to collect the data using an Android app that can be used offline. And then when the survey data is submitted and you're back with Wi-Fi access, the Excel tool is automatically populated and sent to your email address. And this includes the solar radiation data that the Excel uses to come up with its calculation. So briefly to show the structure of this tool. So we're gathering the inputs previously mentioned. These are demand-side factors. The tool then calculates the estimated load curve and provides as output the size of the system, CO2 emissions, the various costs of the components, as well as the financial analysis over the lifetime of that project, as well as the bill of goods, or just a procurement list. And this can, and the majority of this data is then obviously being collected quite simply via the app that can be used to go out. These are the ones that are included in the survey. And the types of questions that we're asking here around the accessibility of the education facility, the extent to which the amount of students that are at the facility, teachers, as well as the structure and capacity around it. Of screenshots just to show you what this looks like. Process involves carrying out the survey, as previously mentioned, to get the electricity demand and size the system and develop project design and costs. That can then be used to develop an investment case for funding for a particular region or a country, taking a sample. For example, here in the project in Kenya, we just did it on a particular region and took a sample of surveys and then extrapolated that to the whole region to put together an investment case. But whilst, of course, sort of delivering the electricity is the critical first step, the development impact for children are really realized by what that electricity powers, namely the ICT equipment that is being used, which internet access, and Nicholas already mentioned this, can also be transformative and allowing, for instance, distance learning. They're important, obviously, to consider the additional costs that we have here, not just in terms of equipment, but also maintenance and replacement, as well as training the teachers in that use to ensure appropriate adoption. And the electricity needs for education facilities obviously depend on the types of consumption and the number of users. Examples here of some of the equipment that would obviously be needed for a middle-sized rural school: lighting, computers, and ICT. This will vary depending on the technology chosen. The charging demands of a tablet technology, for example, versus a computer lab will vary. Televisions, radios, film and slide projectors to facilitate in-class teaching, and then obviously water treatment and delivery system, which is the component that Jordan is going to speak to a little bit more in the next sessions. So this would require around a 6 kilowatt peak system with a load profile similar to the one that we have here on the right, mainly operating during the day, but also for staff residents during the evening. And going forward, as the ICT devices become cheaper and more widely deployed, I think it's an important fact to keep in mind the expected increased electricity consumption over the lifetime of a project. And lastly, I wanted to just briefly kind of on the one hand, obviously the very sort of technical elements around sizing the system, but then we've the crucial next step around designing and delivering an effective strategy for managing the operational and maintenance activities and costs in these kind of remote settings is one of the primary challenges that are faced by these projects, and that is needed to kind of to keep track of to ensure sustainability. And one way to think about the different approaches is kind of a spectrum with state or public ownership on one end, and the more private ownership approach on the other end. So in terms of the public end of things, so off-grid electrician facilities might be electrified by a government agency, which carries out or commissions both the EPC component as well as the operation and maintenance. This is often done through a national utility. Some benefits, as a school typically come under the purview of government anyway, and has responsibility for ordering much of the equipment that's being used, so it can be integrated within national education planning. However, the capacity and expertise for off-grid solar provision can often be limited, and community involvement can also be minimal in this example. So the middle one here, the more the community-based model, you'll probably have funding by donors or public entities, and the community in which the school is located might receive equipment and operation and maintenance from the start or later in the project life, with the intention that this helps foster local ownership necessary to improve sustainability outcomes. However, these kind of the recipients of this might lack the technical enough or financial capacity to fully take care of the operational and maintenance equipment, operational and maintenance components. Sorry. And then lastly, this kind of the private sector-led approach, taking on the EPC and operation and maintenance. So here we might have a tariff or a fixed fee that can be charged for the service, electricity service, which can then be subsidized by the government. This approach kind of incentivizes appropriate maintenance of the system, as the payment is conditional upon providing that electricity service. But obviously it requires long-term financial commitment, and social environmental impact may not be at the forefront of the project. So all this just to simply show these kind of broad categories. Obviously in practice, there's a lot of variation here, and you're often going to have situations, for instance, in which the donor provides funding for government-owned assets, which are then installed by the private sector, and where the operation and maintenance is the responsibility of the community, and various other iterations of that. And UNICEF can obviously play an important role in each of them, from fundraising, site selection, system design, procurement and training, as well as monitoring. But basically just to say that the choice of the approach will also vary, obviously, depending on the contextual factors in the country. So gone a little bit over time, so I'm going to kind of leave it here, because I think Isabel wanted to jump on. So Isabel, over to you.
And also just to know, let's have a moment at the end after Isabel just to go through some questions regarding that have come up in the chat. Thank you, Max. Isabel, go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much, Max, and thank you, Nicola. So now, and I'll excuse myself if there's some background. I'm in the airport. I'm really sorry. So I wanted to inform you this morning about the health facility solar electrification initiative. So I'll give you some background. We'll discuss some of the implementation strategy. We'll look at the objectives, the assessment, and its methodology. And then the available, I'll talk to you about the available solar electrification systems that are available now at UNICEF Supply Division. So why was the solar electrification initiative led by UNICEF Health Unit? So this is new. Health didn't used to do solar electrification, but in the past 5 years, we deployed more than 80,000 solar direct drive refrigerators globally in all health facilities. And often when you get the question, well, if you can bring a refrigerator that are using solar energy, why can't we have more services that would be energized by the sun? So we thought,
Hi,
well, let's look at it.
Isabel.
Yeah.
Sorry to
Yeah.
interrupt. You might want to bring the mic just closer to your mouth on the thing, because I think it's a little bit muffled for some people.
Okay. Is this better?
Possibly. Hard to tell,
Possibly.
but
Okay. So, so the initiative is aligning
That's
itself with two guidance that came out from WHO and UNICEF. So the first one being the guidance for climate resilient and environmentally sustainable healthcare facilities, and the second one being the operational framework for primary healthcare to secure services. So the target is to solarize 4,000 primary healthcare facilities by 2025 and 20,000 by 2030. So program division reached out to the region in East Asia and Pacific Islands, and we explored the interest of the country using a survey in August of last year. Then we conducted a first virtual training with countries that showed interest in November 2022. And then a global training was conducted in Malawi, and we had the participation of focal points from Myanmar in this training. And then in parallel, UNICEF Supply Division concluded a global procurement process so that we could procure turnkey solar system solutions that are of high quality and show the latest technology and making sure they're sustainable system. So those contracts were signed in 2023. So this is the result of the survey. So globally, there's 47 countries that showed interest to the health facility solar electrification, and saying that 20,375 health facilities could be solarized. And in our region, we have 14 countries that showed interest for 1,400, approximately 400 health facilities. And that was back in 2022. Next. The implementation strategy is made of three parts. First, we're looking at the preparation, and this is where we are at the moment, although it's a step that needs to be done with country offices, the regional office, and Ministry of Health. Of course, the demand needs to come, first of all, from Ministry of Health, from the country itself. Then as a second step to our implementation strategy, then it was a step that was done by Supply Division, looking at doing the procurement process and making sure there would be installation and commissioning and handover to government. And then the third very important step is the sustainability measures. So those steps are really important to make sure that those systems would be sustainable for a minimum 10 to 15 years. We're looking at a long-term system to be implemented. So like Max just discussed previously in his presentation, the operational and monitoring need to be acknowledged by all stakeholders. And we have to ensure that there will be a budget line that would be inserted into the national budget. Then we need to identify donors and support for the operation and monitoring and maintenance for the coming years, and not just for 1 year. And at the government level, making sure that there's financial vehicles that are established through SOP to disperse the funds to go to lower health facilities. So high level, the objective of this initiative to solarize health facilities is to improve access to more services and essential health services. It also enables health facilities to operate more efficiently and to retain quality staff, because we are thinking about the whole facility, including staff process, so that we can retain the health workers. And third, of course, to instill climate resilience in health infrastructure. This initiative also helps in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. So the goal number 3 on good health and well-being, goal number 7 on affordable clean energy, and on number 13 on climate action. What are the benefits of solarizing a health facility? You know, it's a good question that we need to ask ourselves. And this is probably a slide you can use, you know, to help you advocate with partners and donors, potential donors. You know, solarizing a health facility helps you to get adequate lighting levels, adequate vaccine storage, better diagnostic and using in medical equipment, newborn care, basic light and power in staff houses, basic ventilation needs, and of course, clean medical tools through sterilizer that can be used. Next. What are the components of a health facility solar electrification project? So first component is the generation side of the equipment itself. So in that, you would have the solar panels, controllers, inverters, remote monitoring models, and new technology battery lithium-based. Of course, you'd have to think according to context of the country of security. You know, would you need a fence? And do you need lightning protection? Do you need flooding protection, etc.? And then in terms of accessory, in the distribution and end user side, then you would require wiring that are adequate, energy efficient light bulbs, so the new LED light bulb, power sockets, distribution board, and of course the vaccine printer. So all this is included in the new packages that will be offered. Next. Now, how do we do an assessment? So we thought hard about this and we developed this methodology that is in 3 steps. The first step is a process that's done in country. So it includes, you know, site selection, team formation, training of the team field assessment, and the data submission. And I'll talk more about the assessment itself later on. As a step 2, then it's a process that's done at headquarters where you get support and where your data is analyzed. And then the solar packages are sized. And then as a step 3, then this one is the investment case and donor engagement to find funds. So let's go to the methodology, step 1. Step 1, you have a site selection. So first, you need to select your site based on different levels of service delivery, different population sizes, and then have facility design. For example, very often a Ministry of Health will build health facility based on 1 or 2 architecture plans. Just one moment, I'm gonna. As a step 2 of the intensive processes, you have to form your team. So who should be leading or supervise the team? Then it should be the Ministry of Health. And then who should support that team? It would be UNICEF country office staff, could be in-country partners that have interest in the project, or on-site health workers. And who should collect the data? It should be cold chain technician, electrician, or civil engineer, or even third-party local service provider. And the activity number 3 is the training itself. The training lasts 3 days. So the first day we go through each of the questions and of the questionnaire, and we capture all the details and inform how to gather all of those information. On day 2, then the assessor go in the field and they test their aptitude. And then on day 3, we come back together and review what the lessons learned are and what challenges were met by the assessor. And then activity number 4 is the field assessment itself. And we'll go into more details in a minute. But just to inform you, A field assessment takes about half a day per health facility. And all questionnaire can be translated into local languages if necessary. Then there's the data submission activity. The step 2, this is where I spoke earlier about the headquarter process. We have the data analysis and the sizing solar packages, which is done at UNICEF Supply Division, and we'll talk a little bit more later on about it. Next. Step 3 is about the investment case itself. So country government, with support from UNICEF and their partner, will prepare an investment case according to their needs that have been determined and more defined by the assessment. Sustainability is key to this project, and I think we'll never talk enough about it. Making sure that we have funds for many years so that you can secure operation and monitor and movement. And then the last activity, of course, is the donor engagement. So finding financial support for many years. So now let's discuss the field assessment itself. If we come back to those methodology steps that I just discussed, in step 1, you have the activity number 4, which is the field assessment itself. The tools we need to do an assessment in country are the templates and questionnaire, having smartphones to be able to make quality pictures, and use free application to use for compact GPS, finding network strength, and being able to measure as well the sun orientation. You will be measuring free internet bundles in phones to be procured for the assessor, making sure they have enough data with their phone, and then stationary for the data and the layouts. At the end, we'll have, as output, we'll have 2 main outputs. We'll have the questionnaire that's filled out with all the details and stuff.
Hi, Isabel. Sorry to interrupt. Yeah. I think it's kind of gotten worse a little bit, the sound. It was better before, but it started to, so maybe just speak it directly into the mic.
This way better?
Yeah, that's better. Great. Thank you.
All right. So once you do the health facility site assessment, then you'll get 2 outputs. So the first one being the questionnaire that's filled out with all the detailed information. And as output number 2, you would get pictures. So you would have a site layout that's designed with photo and pictures that would be organized in a folder per facility. So the first part of the questionnaire is general information that we gather. And then there's question next. And then there's question, yes, there's question about the structure itself. There will be question like, is there a permanent structure that exists? Obviously, picture number 1, the answer would be no. And picture number 2, the answer would be yes. Then next, then we ask for the physical characteristics. So this is where you would take a picture, probably from Google Map or any tools that allow you to get an aerial picture of the health facility. And you would try to draw a map as best as possible to show how many buildings is there as part of the health facility. So here in this example, we can see you have the main facility. On the right, there's 3 staff houses. And then there's a drugstore right beside the health facility, a guardian shelter on top, a placenta pit, the incinerator, the toilet, etc. So you make a map like this that you draw, and this will help in sizing the solar system. Next. in the questionnaire, we also look at the physical characteristics. So we look at knowing, is there major structural repair that are necessary or not? Next. We look at the grid. Where is the health facility connected to the national grid? What's the point of supply? What's the consumer's main boxes and meter box? And then there's question about, how many hours a day do you have energy that's available from the national grid? So this is where we determine how many hours a day do you have electricity and how many hours a day you don't, or even per month or per year. Next. Then there's question about the building layout. So if it's available, then it's part of the questionnaire and you can take pictures. You can even find often when you go into the health facility, you can find the electrical layout. So this is all good information to gather. Next. When doing the assessment, we look as well at the available place to install the solar panels. So for example, if you're thinking about installing solar panels on the ground or on the roof, then you need a space that's like 35 square meter. And if you think it will be on roofs, make sure you have ladders and you go and inspect those roofs. It's really important. As well, this system can be mounted on poles if there is a lot of flooding risks. And so there are different installations that are possible. Next. This is where we use the smartphones to calculate the shading and do a shading analysis. So with Android, there's a sun locator light that's available and sun seeker for iPhones. And then you measure the solar exposure. So for example, on the first picture with the yellow building, you can see that was taken from a garden, thinking that maybe the solar panel could be installed in the garden. But when you look at the picture, there are buildings and trees almost at 90% of each square and each line. So this would not be a good area to install solar panels. If you look at the picture on the right, the one on top, you see that the building goes all the way up to the third line. So this as well would not be a good example. Second one at the bottom, this one only reaches the second line. It could be maybe determined to be a good spot. And then you would have to take pictures from east, west, and then all of those pictures would be analyzed by the technical experts. So when choosing a site, it's really important to know, what are the risks of theft? So will you need fencing? Or do you need accessories? Even for roof mounting, there are accessories that exist to prevent theft. If you're going to install the system in the building, then we need to make sure there is 8 square meter space that's available and not congested, don't have other things laying around. And then you also look at the size, temperature, and weather condition in a year. What's the highest temperature? What's the lowest? Is there a risk of flood? Is there a risk of theft? Is there a risk of heavy winds or cyclone? Next, site conditions. Then we look as well at the risk of heavy rain, hailstorm, snowfall, lightning, and the accessibility to the site itself. So do we need four-wheelers? Do we need motorcycle? Or is there only an access by boat? So all of those are evaluated and are part of an assessment. Next, we look at the roof material. What is the roof made of? Here, on the first picture, that's a corrugated sheets. Second one is the IBR sheets. Then first picture at the bottom on the left, you have a reinforced concrete roof, and there could be roof tiles as well. So those are important to verify. Then we look again at the structural repairs. So is there any major repairs that needs to be done within the next year? So when you look at those two pictures, obviously the answer would be yes, external wall repair is necessary or roof repair is necessary. Next, we look at the residual circuit current breakers. We look at how many phases is present. Are they one phase, two phase, three phase? We look as well at how many volts are currently installed and if the electricity box needs to be replaced or not. Next. We also look at the status of the wiring. So if you look at the first picture on top, you see one light bulb. It could be adequate, but you could also ask or put in the questionnaire that, yes, it's existent, but needs expansion. Or at the bottom right, you could write that it needs a full replacement. So all of those questions, one, they are filled up and you submit the data, then it's time for the analysis report. Next. So that brings us to step 2 of the methodology, where headquarters starts its process. Next. So what they'll do, and these are just examples that I wanted to show you, but headquarters will, and the technical experts will help you to build up a report that will have different dashboards and tables that you can refer to. So here we can see, the facility, number of facilities that have been assessed. Where are they on the map? Next, they will show energy supply scenario. So how many health facility were connected to a grid? How many health facility had already a solar system available? Is there any generator? Is there any functional fuel generator? Reliable electricity, etc. So they will develop all of those dashboards and results from the data you will have gathered in your previous assessment. Next. You'll have a dashboard on the load that's existent and that's connected at the facility and staff houses. And from all these data, then next, they will prepare some packages, costing packages for you. And they will give example different scenarios of all the essential load that is, or essential energy that is required, or even like the wish list, what's non-essential, but would be nice to have. And they'll give you different scenario with different costing for each system. Here, on this sheet, we can see the costed systems for 8, 10, 15, 20, 30, and 60 kilowatts per hour system. Next. And here, another nice information they provide on the report is the reduction in your electricity bills when we look at the load solar package. So how much electricity saving will you do if you go with solar system? So to give you an idea, for sites with functional generators, an overall saving can be up to 2 to 3 times. And the cost for per kilowatt per hour from a grid is about 10 cents US, while if we compare it to a diesel generator, which costs about 45 cents. Now let's discuss, I'd like to show you the solar systems that are currently under the long-term agreements that UNICEF Supply Division just signed in March of 2023. So when we talk about a solar system package, it's not just the components itself. It's not just the generation unit, which is square number 1, but it is made of 4 main components. So first one, of course, the unit itself, which is the solar module concept with the structure for ground or roof or post mounting, inverters, batteries, monitoring devices, battery charger, cables, and a pre-connected cabinet that's ventilated. The standard system available that have been packaged are 1.5 kilowatt, 3, 5, 8, and 10. And on ad hoc request, they can as well package 10 to 40 kilowatt systems. The second component of the price is the transport and installation. So we're talking about international freight, custom clearance, warehousing, etc. Third component is the wiring and lighting, all the accessories. So if in the assessment you determine that all the wiring needed to be replaced or needed to be expanded, then it would be costed as element number 3. And then fourth, of course, is the operation and maintenance. And I'll talk here next, on the next slide. You'll see that, for example, the inverters are coming with a 10 years warranty, and the batteries are coming with an 8 years warranty. The solar module, actually, the solar panels themselves can last, around 20 years. So, and all equipment that have been procured are able to operate from a weather condition of minus 10 degrees Celsius to 50 degrees Celsius. Just to give you to give you a rough idea of a price for a 5 kilowatt system, and that's based on scenario in Malawi. But a unit would be about 13,500. Transport and installation, so component number 2, about 3,000 to 5,000. And then wiring and lighting, 2,000, and operation and maintenance, $900 to $1,400. And finally, my last slide that I want to share with you is the manufacturers of the equipment. So all the solar modules are coming from China. The inverters are coming from the Netherlands, Germany, and China, and the batteries from China. Well, I hope this was informative to you. And if you have any questions, please write them in the chat. And maybe Nicola or Jordan, over to you.
Awesome. Thank you, Isabel, very much. And also very glad that we also were able to clear up the audio things. We could hear you perfectly. So thank you for that overview. I think, one thing to note for everyone here is, well, first of all, there's this Mentimeter, so grateful if people could jump on. There are a couple questions in the chat. I would just want to take a moment to kind of say, you've heard now from health and education. We'll also get into WASH in a moment. But one thing I think is clear is that there's a variety of different levels of progress on this, within UNICEF, as including as to how far we've gone. And we've gone through the steps of system energy needs assessment and system sizing. And it's been very important, I think, that you see all of the different steps for all of the 3 sectors. WASH will be coming in a moment, just to understand what steps are necessary. And there's a lot of commonalities between the sectors, and there's a lot of differences between the sectors, and it's good to understand what those are. One thing we'll be doing in the Solar Hub is putting together a uniform sizing tool that then has each of the sectors represented. So as you can see, the health sector has advanced considerably. They already have a system sizing tool for the supply division approach on this. So utilizing all of that work, but also there's a lot of learnings in that could be applied to education and WASH. We heard from Max on some of the key elements of an education sizing tool. Obviously, as you saw, some of them are very similar. So we'll be putting all of this together, and this has been an opportunity to introduce you to this. But if your office would like a deeper dive on these sizing tools, please do get in touch with the Solar Hub, because that's something that we can provide as a more detailed training on going through all of the steps in detail. Obviously, in this particular training, we didn't have the time to do that for each of the tools. Okay, I'm now just going to open the floor for questions. There's also been some questions in the chat. I don't know if, Max, you have started by answering a couple of the questions. Isabel, Max, maybe do you want to jump in while Isabel has a chance to look at some of the questions in the chat, and then follow from there?
Sounds good. Yeah, I mean, I'm just still going through them at the moment, but seems to be some really interesting engagement so far. Yeah, I'm gonna look through. I think there are a couple maybe that I haven't answered, but
maybe even just
useful.
repeat some of the ones you answered on text.
Yeah. So I think there was one question around kind of the accidents, or there was a particular experience with one system not working. I think here obviously super important to ensure that one, you're purchasing equipment that is verified and of high quality, professional installation, and then putting that maintenance component in place. And if those elements are there, then the likelihood of any such kind of accidents occurring is really very, very slim.
Max, I've lost you. I don't know if you're still there.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now? Yeah,
Yeah.
I think I put myself on mute by mistake. Yeah, and then just I think there was a question around sort of the regulatory aspect around private sector ownership model. I think for the models that I was sort of showing, these are just the kind of the schematic approaches where you can really it's about choosing the different aspects of each of them to create the most suitable approach for an individual country. So I don't think just the purely private sector approach or the purely government sector approach it's not like a one solution for all situations. And then in terms of the regulatory support, obviously having on the one hand the kind of incentives for the private sector to engage, because private sector actors they have very different sort of motivations in terms of the installation of electrification of education facilities, on the one hand, and then on the other hand the importance of regulation to ensure that things like the equipment being used is meeting the right standards, that there are kind of procedures in place, and maximizing the developmental impacts. But yeah, I'll have another look through and see if there are other questions. Otherwise, I'll stick around for a few more minutes also in case people want to add something else to the chat.
Thanks, Max. And I see here there's a question for Isabel on addressing some of the slide. Go back and talk about the slide on app measurement.
Yes, I saw that question. So thank you for it. And of course, when doing that 3D training, this is part of it on how to use those apps that are available in the iPhone. And somebody said that you needed to pay a lot of money for Sunseeker, but not really. Like I do have Sun Locator actually on my phone and it was free. So what you do is you place yourself physically in the area where you're thinking of installing the solar panels. And with this app, you're able to take a picture and you have to put yourself like toward the west and then toward east. You take a picture and you make sure that there's nothing that would create shading above that second line. We can see that there's like squares, vertical and horizontal lines. So you make sure that even if it's partial, it can be partial, but nothing higher than that second line. Of course, we go into details during the training, and then somebody else was saying, to do this assessment is their training. Yes, it's a 3-day training. Like I said, first day we go through each question one by one. second day, we go through all those questions that are a little bit more tricky and technical. And this is why when you make up your team, you try to make sure that you use, either electrician, and that you have at least an electrician or a civil engineer with you, from the ministry, or you can as well hire like a third-party supplier who is specialized in solar energy. I hope that answers the question. Nicola, did you see another? I see a lot of questions and comments, so I'm trying to go quickly through them. And somebody says, yeah, of course, the assessment should also take into account the water requirement, which is really true, except often for the solar-powered water system, they are SDD, so solar direct drive, which is a different system than what we are planning to look at for a health facility. So the water does not need, for example, to be connected to a battery. So it would be two different systems, a bit like the SDD refrigerator that we have deployed. Those refrigerators stay on their own system because it's a direct drive connection. So it has its own panel. It's not shared with the rest of the health facility. Good question.
Maybe I'll jump in with some, Isabel, if you see others that you want to cover. I see, maybe take a look while I answer some of these. Carlos mentioned that Sunseeker seems to cost $4.99 in the Apple Store. Thanks. That might be true. I hadn't seen the price tag on that, but that's a good question. That's a good point, because I think that this is the type of thing that we need to be looking at in the Solar Hub to make sure we can provide access to. So I'm glad that you raised that. Here, Carlos. We want to make sure that the tools are readily accessible, so we'll have to investigate ways of doing that. At least for internal UNICEF. I imagine it gets a little bit more complicated if we're providing the tools outside, but definitely worth looking at. Abigail also mentions the assessment needs to take into account the water requirements for the healthcare facility to ensure that the design for the solar package includes water supply, pumping, energy needs as well, and I think that's a very good point. Brooke also commented on that, saying that this is a multi-sector initiative, and so we need to make sure we're addressing multi-sector needs. So that includes WASH in health as well as education facilities. Looking through some of the other questions here, the LTA with local companies. Again, this is also a really good, I'm glad that this is raised, because we need to have, we currently have, we're exploring very much global LTAs for the supply of solar. Still trying to maximize cost efficiency. As you saw, a lot of that is coming from within the region already, in particular China. But there might even be local, more locally based companies for a lot of country offices. And I think when we're looking at the operational model of the Solar Hub, this will be a key feature. So mapping out key partners, whether that's at the government level, civil society level, or private sector within countries, and making sure that we're taking advantage of all of the institutional arrangements that are within countries, because obviously that reduces cost, but also improves capacity. Our ultimate goal is to make sure that capacity grows within countries for solar. And so, the degree to which we're using local organizations is key. Alta has also raised this very important question on the link, private sector engagement with education facilities. And I agree that's a very important question too. It's sometimes questionable. Education and health entities are maybe skeptical about using certain private sector companies for the provision of solar there, and so we're going to have to put in place key kind of guidelines for assessing engagement of private sector, and find ways to make it so that to provide to make it so that education and health ministries have a clear understanding of the best ways to do that, because there are risks involved. There's no doubt about that. At the same time, the private sector offers a lot, so we have to kind of balance that out, but make sure that we understand what are the parameters for a healthy engagement between the social sectors and the private sector on this. And obviously, this cuts across other areas that UNICEF is very familiar and worked with, so it's not like we can't do it. It's just that it does take some clear guidelines. I'm going to now turn back to the team to see if there are any other questions. Carlos has asked, is the Solar 2030 agenda 100% only for healthcare facilities? Maybe I'll ask Isabel or Max, are you familiar, or Carlos, if you don't want to come to expand on that question?
Maybe Carlos cannot unmute himself.
Looks like Carlos is no longer in the meeting.
Okay.
Or
anticipating
like
what the question is. Oh, Jordan, go for it. Jordan, Isabel, or Max, if you have any thoughts on that.
Yeah, Carlos says his mic is off, so maybe just need to allow him to unmute.
Or Carlos, do you want to just clarify what you mean by the question in the chat? And then in the meantime, another thing that I think was raised here is around the waste, solar panel waste. And that's another critical area that we also have to have clear guidelines for. Isabel, I'm not sure if you have any initial thoughts on that from Supply Division, or Max, from your experience in the education sector.
Yeah.
Any kind of, yeah, over to you.
It's actually an excellent question, and we'll have to look at that. So we are right now developing guidance on decommissioning refrigerators and freezers, etc. And we, if we start with the health unit, if we start to install those solar panels, we will have to think about it. Although the ones we're procuring at the moment, they're supposed to last for like 20 years. And we have batteries for 8 years. But of course, it's an excellent question, and we'll need to develop guidance. It's not done yet. Thank you for the question.
So again, like this, I think the answer to a lot of the questions here is we have to have guidance for a lot of these different dimensions, because they're all great questions raised. And what we're hoping here is that the Solar Hub bringing in together experts and also bringing in multi-sector experts that were able to generate that guidance to provide that clarity. So some of the guidance isn't created yet, but hopefully we're hoping to get there with the Solar Hub. Isabel, I think that the question there essentially from Carlos is that is the 2030 agenda only for healthcare facilities or education and WASH as well?
Well, I mean, if we're talking about the healthcare facilities, I mean, no, it's a lot more wider. It's about strengthening the whole immunization supply chain and the delivery services. So it's not just about the solarization. Solarization is one small part of the whole agenda.
Yeah, and that's my understanding as well. The Solar 2030 agenda, the objectives as part of that agenda are absolutely cross-cutting and beyond the social sector as well. Okay, there have been a lot of questions, but it has been very good, and I think a lot of very important questions raised. Isabel, I don't know if you had any thoughts just quickly before I end on the LTA with local companies.
Yeah, for the moment, we haven't looked at that area. So for now, we're concentrating really on defining high quality solar systems for the health facility. And then it's a little bit based, on the project that we did with EAP. If some participants are aware of the cold chain equipment optimization platform, so it's a little bit based on the same model.
Thank you. Okay, Isabel, I know you have to run, and much appreciated for that presentation on healthcare facilities. Thank you also, Max, and thank you everyone for all of the questions. I think this has been a really, really useful discussion, and I think, from my side, certainly some very important questions raised that we're going to make kind of key agenda items for the Solar Hub. Now, if it's okay, I'm going to turn. We're going to have one more session from Jordan on WASH, but we wanted to go through the Q&A there because Max and Isabel have to drop. We're going to go through now a brief overview of the solar applications within the WASH sector, so that everyone on this training has been able to understand the methodologies and both the similarities as well as the differences across the different sectors. But then after that kind of application discussion that Jordan's going to be leading us now, Jordan will provide a deep dive for WASH. So we welcome, encourage everyone to participate in that deep dive following this. But right now we'll do a little bit of an overview. You're welcome to drop off at that point, as this being just an introductory training on solar across all three sectors. But we'd also encourage you to stay for the WASH one if you're so inclined, because it will get into the real more details on how to solarize WASH systems. Okay, over to you, Jordan.
Thanks, Nick. Glad to be back with you all and presenting again. So I'm going to just speak a little bit to WASH and kind of ask some why, what, how, where questions. And then, as Nick mentioned, we'll get into a deeper dive later about designing WASH, solar WASH systems. So why is solar needed for WASH? Well, people need water for life, health, and opportunities. And we need to move water to access and distribute the water. So motors and pumps provide a more efficient and sustainable method for moving water, better than hand pumps. But these require power to operate. And solar, as we've learned, can be a source of power for these pumps. So what are different uses for solar powered water systems, or the acronym there is SPWS. That just stands for solar powered water systems, but you'll see that a lot.
Jordan, just to note, I think we've only got your video, not the screen sharing.
Okay, sorry about that. Let me share my screen again. Thanks, Nick. Great, is it coming through now?
Yeah, great, thank you. Maybe just, yeah, that's okay, great.
Yeah, I'll review just a bit, but why is solar needed for WASH? It's people need water for life. We need to move the water to be able to access and distribute it. And pumps and motors provide a method for doing that, but we need power to power the pumps. But then what are the different uses for solar powered water systems? The acronym there is SPWS, you'll see it a lot. Well, we need it for human consumption, drinking, cooking, hygiene, etc. But we also might need it for livestock, agriculture, industry. And we also know that it's cuts across sectors. So we might need it for healthcare facilities or schools, or just a community water system, different instances like that. And I want to ask now the question where? So where would you expect to use a solar powered water system? These are helpful in rural contexts without grid electricity, where it might be hard to get power to that location. But it's also useful in a variety of other applications and settings as well. So it can be implemented where there is an electricity grid as well. And solar provides a climate resilient water system where maybe if the grid goes down due to a hazard or a disastrous event, solar can operate as long as the sun is out, which is often in a lot of places. And so These provide climate resilient water systems. And who can implement solar powered water systems? These can be community managed projects, but private companies and NGOs, institutions and governments can get involved in implementing these systems. And we've seen that grow and expand around the world and in the EPRO region as well. And so how does it work? How do solar powered water systems work? Well, specialized equipment converts solar energy to electricity to power pumps. And these solar powered pumps can move water from the water source to the tank and then to the user. And it's also important that we make water safe to drink. And to do that, we need water treatment. This is really important, especially as it relates to health and human consumption of water. We want to make sure that the water we're providing through these projects is safe for human consumption. And so what are the different types of solar powered water systems? There's solar only applications. These are where you're not connected to a grid. You're directly using solar power to power a water pump. There's also hybrid systems. That's where you have a mixture of power sources coming in to provide power to a pump. So with solar only, one option is to just use a solar pump. That's like a solar direct drive pump with a controller that operates the pump. Or you could have an AC pump with an inverter that converts the DC power from the solar panels to AC in order to run the pump. Now with hybrid systems, you could have a combination of options. You could have solar with batteries so that you could pump and operate 24 hours a day or when the sun's not out. You could have solar plus grid to operate those together or have backup in case there's no sun out or it's cloudy, or again, if you want to operate all throughout the day. And solar plus generator is another option as well. But we also need to consider the different types of water sources for solar applications in WASH. You might have surface water sources like lakes, rivers, and streams, or you could have groundwater sources like wells, boreholes, and springs. And it's just important to consider all of the different factors within the project, and the water source is an important factor to consider when designing and sort of assessing a viable solar project in WASH. Want to briefly just highlight a few of the differences in sectors, but also the similarities. So Isabel gave a great presentation highlighting this assessment tool that's very helpful and detailed for determining if a healthcare facility is feasible or if you can implement a solar project there to power the healthcare facility. And there's sort of a similar process of assessment that's done for WASH facilities or for water systems. I would say it's a bit less detailed. The main components of it relate to assessing the water source capacity. Both the yield and the quality of the water are important, and I'll speak more about that later. And the other component that's important is the community size, or basically the service population that's intended to be served by the water project. You need to know information about its population. And as I'll mention later in the deeper dive on designing WASH systems for solar, it's important to have stakeholder engagement and buy-in very early on in the process. We know that eventually the beneficiaries or the systems will be turned over to sort of an end user or a party that's agreed to manage the system. And it's important to involve them in the design process so that they have buy-in, so there's stakeholder buy-in, which is essential for continuing the operation of and maintenance of the system. So that's just a bit about some of the differences there between water systems and health and education. I think we're coming to the end of this session, but I'm happy to take any questions, or if there's any questions in the chat, we can talk about those as well.
I saw someone raise their hand just now. Do you want to come in? Maybe they put their hand down.
I'm guessing since the participants are muted, we might not be able to field questions. but happy to take questions in the chat if there are any. I see one question came through. Why AC power pumps are utilized for deep? I'm not sure what PWL wells stands for, but in general, AC power pumps have either larger capacity in terms of their flow rate or larger capacity in terms of their head. And so for deep wells, I imagine there's a large head requirement for if there's a deep pumping water level, you're gonna have to put the pump really low in the borehole. And that means there's a large head to overcome in order to pump water from that water source. So direct solar pumps are probably not able to achieve that high head requirement. And so AC pumps become the next viable option. So hope that answered your question in the chat. Great. Any other questions I can field now? Right. There'll be plenty of time for questions later about WASH. I'm going to be doing a deeper dive and talking about designing solar for WASH, the design steps, how to approach it, and we're going to look at an example project where you'll get to see in detail how you'd approach sort of the design steps for sizing a solar system for WASH applications. But we're going to go into another 10-minute break. And as Nick mentioned, if you want to drop off, feel free. But I think the next session will be really engaging and detailed if you're interested. We would like to get your feedback for those of you who participated in this training. Thank you for joining, and we'd really love to hear from you, just to get your feedback on how you appreciated the training, what you learned, or what could be improved for future trainings. So you can fill out the survey by scanning the QR code on the screen, or I might ask Arturo to drop a link in the chat box where you can fill it out. And if you have more questions that you want to add to the chat, feel free to do that during the break, and I can try to field those later. But please fill out this survey. We'd love to get your feedback. But we'll go into a 10-minute break. We'll come back here. I think local time will be 11:02 a.m. in Bangkok. So yeah, again, feel free to drop your questions in the chat if you have some, but we'll take a 10-minute break now and come back later for a deeper dive on designing solar applications for WASH.
Jordan, sorry, I just see there is one other question that's just come through.
Okay.
Do we need to calculate solar size based on water need and flow from water sources, or which factors?
Yeah, I think that question will be addressed in the later session. So I'd encourage you, if you're curious about that, definitely stick around.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, we'll see you back in 10
Jordan.
minutes, everyone.
Thanks all. All right. Very happy that we still have a good number of people still here, because I think that the next session is going to be particularly enlightening, if that's the right word, enlightening. We're going into a deeper dive on WASH, and this is obviously, Water Mission has a ton of experience in this and working with UNICEF in the field on this, and I think that we're going to get into the very specific steps that I think will be particularly illuminating and applicable to the other sectors. So obviously, if you work in health and education, some elements of the next training won't be necessarily applicable, but a lot of the learning will be. And particularly how you think about sizing different systems and applying them to context. So without further ado, let me turn over to Jordan for this deeper dive.
Thanks, Nick. All right, so we're going to be talking about designing solar for WASH. And here's kind of the outline of what I'll cover. There's going to be a lot of detailed information, as Nick mentioned, and I think what I'm going to do is kind of like go continuously through the presentation. But if you have questions, please feel free to write those in the chat. As Arturo mentioned earlier, if you see the slide number in the bottom right corner, and you have a specific question about a particular slide I show or something like that, feel free to reference that slide number in the chat with your question, and I'll do my best to answer at the conclusion of my presentation. I'm going to go for about 50 minutes, and then we'll take a 10-minute break, and then we'll jump back in. My goal is to cover the first 3 steps here in the first session, and then step 4 and 5 at the end. So the 5 steps of designing solar-powered water systems are water demand, water source capacity and quality, system flow rate and TDH, that stands for total dynamic head, pump selection, and then finally designing the PV system. And to start, we're going to get into water demand. So before we even talk about water demand, I want to just kind of help us take a step back and think about our project goal. When we're designing a solar-powered water system, we need to keep in mind the end user, the people who benefit from this project, the people who will be using and consuming the water. These are the people we're serving. And so we need to keep them in mind at every step in the process before we even start. And we need to involve them in the process from the very beginning. It's important to meet with the community members, or if this is a water project for a healthcare facility or school, to meet with the leaders of those institutions to get their input and really hear from them and be a listener to learn from them as much as possible. So just keep that in mind. That's our project goal. That's who we're serving, and it's essential to keep them in mind throughout the whole process of design. But with step 1, we're looking at water demand, and step 1 is, although every step is important, step 1 is the most important step. And why do you think it's so important? Well, step 1 is the basis of the design. We need to get water demand right because it's setting the trajectory for where we're going to be going for the rest of the design. If we get water demand wrong, we might oversize our system. It might be too large, which means it's going to be too expensive, or we might undersize it, and that means it's not large enough. It's not sized large enough to serve the people we're intending to serve. So step 1 forms the basis of our design. It also allows us to get stakeholder agreement. So as I mentioned, involving stakeholders throughout the process of the design is essential. And we know if we can agree on the water demand, once it's been determined through assessments, we can get their agreement. It gives us a good sort of sense of agreement as we move forward with the design. And lastly, it's the measure of success or failure for our design, meaning once we know our water demand, and again, to define water demand, that's how much water the community or the people who benefit from this project will consume on a daily basis. And so that's going to be our measure of success or failure. as we continue through the design process. And ultimately, at the end, we'll be able to see if our design was successful in meeting the water demand. So what information is needed to determine the water demand? First, we need to know the service area population. So if you're serving a community, we want to know to what extent, what boundary are we trying to serve the community with? What population is to be included in that service area? And then we need to know the water usage per person per day. So how much water will the average person need per day? We'll also need to consider if there's institutions, again, like schools or healthcare facilities that need to be served by this project, and they might have unique water needs that need to be considered in the water demand. There might be other water uses as well for the project, such as water for livestock, agriculture, or industry that might have also might have unique water needs. And we also want to consider the future growth rate. So we know that communities expand and grow over time. Institutions like healthcare facilities and schools might grow as well, and thus need more water as time goes on and into the future. And so that's important to consider in step one as well. And then lastly, we ought to think about water losses. So we know that sometimes as systems age over time, there could be leaks that happen. Water could get spilled as it's being collected. And so we need to consider water losses and sort of add that in as a factor when considering the water demand. So now we're going to look at an example project, and this is going to be really practical, hopefully very tangible for you to understand and grasp. And we're going to look at a particular community and try to design a water system for this community. And we'll go through this example project for all 5 steps. So let's consider a community that's made up of 500 households with an average household size of 6 people per household. It is estimated that people will need about 8 liters per person per day of safe water. So to calculate the total service population, it's a pretty simple calculation. We're going to take the 500 households times 6 people per household, and we get 3,000 people. That's the total population to be served by this project. Next, we can calculate a few options to consider for water demand. The first option is the maximum demand at system commissioning. And that's where we just take the total service population we just calculated, and we multiply by the full individual usage amount. That number's 8 liters per person per day. So 3,000 times 8 gives us 24,000 liters per day. That's the maximum demand if everyone in the community consumes this water. But we know that sometimes not everyone from a community will actually use the water. And so another option for considering water demand is calculating the anticipated demand at system commissioning. And this is where we take the total service population, we multiply by an anticipated percentage of the population that we expect will use the system. This is also referred to as penetration rate. It's just a percentage that's a measure of how many people compared to the total population will consume the water. And then as well, we multiply by that same 8 liters per person per day. So in this example, we assume a penetration rate of 90%, but that number, 90%, needs to be determined during the assessment phase and in close consultation with the community so that they, because they have local knowledge, will be able to estimate how many people will actually come to collect water. And then we could also consider a future population. So considering a growth rate of 3% over 20 years, and again, growth rates will be different depending on which country you're in, we can determine a future population based on a geometric growth rate. That's where it kind of grows exponentially over time, 3% every year for 20 years. Gives us a total of 5,418 people after 20 years. And then we can calculate the anticipated future demand, which is just that total population in the future multiplied by, again, a 90% penetration rate and 8 liters per person per day to get about 39,000 liters per day. So then we need to decide which of these 3 demand options we're going to go with. Will it be the maximum demand at system commissioning, the anticipated demand at system commissioning, or the anticipated future demand? Since this project will be designed just to meet the current water demand, we will use the maximum demand at commissioning, which is 24,000 liters per day, or 24 cubic meters per day. But then we also need to consider water losses. And so to get the total demand, we need to add in the water we expect will be lost. And a typical range is between 5 and 10%. And for this example, we'll assume 5%. So we take 5% of 24 cubic meters per day and add that to get a total of 25.2 cubic meters per day, which is our daily water demand. Now, I want to take a second to look at the solar-powered water system design tool that Water Mission has developed in partnership with UNICEF to kind of look through what the tool looks like, so you can kind of get a hands-on feel for what it would be like to use the tool. And we'll see kind of how this entered information translates to the total daily water demand at the end of it. So let me find the tool. And we'll come here to step 1. You can see each tab, there's a different tab for each step in the process. And just to give you a point of reference here, the cells that are highlighted in blue are for user entry. So that's where you can enter information about your project. And then the cells that are in white are locked for editing, and they're automatically calculated values based on what you input. So again, we've got 500 households, 6 people per household. That gives us 3,000 total people for the community. And then if there are any institutions or transient populations that might need to be served, we could enter those in this table here, and then those would be added in. Then ultimately at the end, you'll need to decide and enter based on the information you've gathered, the assessments you've done, consultations you've had with the community, what the total population to be served by the project is. You enter that number here. And we're going to go with 3,000 for this example. Next, we'll look at the different water demands. Again, I mentioned the 3 options. There's the maximum demand at commissioning, the anticipated demand at commissioning, and the anticipated future demand. And using these inputs in blue here with 8 liters per person per day, 90% penetration, and then the growth rate over 20 years, we can get 3 different options for water demand. There's maximum demand at system commissioning of 24, the anticipated demand at system commissioning 21.6, and then the anticipated future demand of 39. So these are all here as guidance for you as the one designing this project. And it's up to you to decide which of these demands you're going to use. For this project, we chose 24 cubic meters per day. And the reason is because it meets the maximum demand at commissioning, but future expansions can be done to meet future demand. So we feel comfortable with that. The last step in the process here is to enter if there are any other water uses. Again, these could be for livestock or agriculture, and the daily water losses, which again is usually between 5 and 10%. And so we're using 5% here as an estimate. And then that automatically calculates for us the total daily design demand, which is 25.2 cubic meters per day. So that's the end of step 1. We've got our total, we've got our daily water demand, which again that's the target we're trying to reach. That's our target we're aiming for through the rest of the design process. So next we'll move on to step 2, which is water source, capacity, and quality. And again, if you have questions as I'm going through any of these, feel free to write those in the chat and I'll try to respond to them at the end of this session. So water source, capacity, and quality. First, we need to think about the types of water sources. First, there's groundwater, and next is surface water. So some examples of these for groundwater, they include boreholes, springs, or hand-dug wells. And then for surface water, there's lakes, rivers, and streams. And for each water source, no matter what it is, a yield test must be conducted for the water source to determine how much water is available. The only exceptions to these might be lakes or rivers where there's just an abundance of water, and so there's not necessarily a need for the yield test, but it's generally recommended to ensure that you know how much water your water source can produce, and that's what a yield test will tell you. So that gives us the capacity. We know how much water our water source can produce. Next, we need to think about water quality. And we want to answer the question first, what are the different types of contaminants in the water? There's physical, chemical, and biological contaminants. I want us to think about this question. Why is water quality testing important? Why do we even need to do water quality testing in the first place? Well, as I mentioned earlier, we need to make sure water is safe to drink. And so we need to test the water in order to determine what kind of water treatment is required. So the water quality tests will reveal the levels of contamination of the water source, which then influences the type of water treatment that is required for the design. So the two tests that are essential for step 2 are your yield test to determine the capacity of the water source and a water quality test to determine the level of contaminants in the water. So now jumping back to our example, we conducted a yield test on a borehole, which is the water source for this project, which revealed a maximum borehole yield of 6 cubic meters per hour. Now this is the maximum that this borehole can produce. We pumped it at maximum capacity when the dynamic water level reached a stabilized level, and it could produce 6 cubic meters per hour. But in order to protect the aquifer, the water source, there's a limit that's put on how much you can actually draw. Sometimes there's government regulations that set this number. Sometimes it's just a good practice to set your own number, as we won't draw more than this allowed abstraction percentage. For this example, it's 80%. So to calculate our safe borehole yield, we'll take the maximum borehole yield and then multiply by that maximum abstraction percentage. So we get 0.8 or 80% times 6 cubic meters per hour, which gives us 4.8 cubic meters per hour. So that tells us the maximum safe borehole yield, and we never want to exceed this. We never want to go beyond what's safe for the borehole to produce. So that 4.8 number is something to keep in mind. We never want to go above that. But then we have to look at the source quality. So the water quality test for this borehole revealed a turbidity of 0.6 NTU, which is a measure of the cloudiness of the water, how cloudy it is. And the water quality test also revealed the presence of total and fecal coliforms, which means there's bacteria in the water that can be harmful to human health. So since turbidity is low, and what's low is considered generally less than 5 NTU, only disinfection, which is chlorine treatment, is required. And chlorine treatment is recommended for all projects, regardless of water quality, to provide residual disinfection. And anything greater than 5 NTUs would require additional filtration design. But that residual disinfection from chlorine treatment is really essential because we know if people collect water at a tap stand or a distribution point, sometimes the containers that they collect water in can be contaminated themselves or dirty themselves. And so we need to make sure there's residual chlorine in the water to kill any bacteria or contaminants that are picked up from the point of distribution to the point of consumption. So that chlorine treatment is very important. Let's jump back to the solar powered water system design tool to see how this is input in step 2. So step 2 is very simple here. We're just going to define the chosen water source. In this case, we have a new drilled borehole. And if there's any unique information about the water source, like seasonal changes or things like that, you can include that here for reference. Then we enter the maximum yield of the water source, which is 6 cubic meters per hour, and the maximum abstraction percentage if applicable. Again, a general range of 80–90% is typical, but again, this is totally based on your location, government regulations, maybe internal policies and practices you have about how much water you can abstract from the borehole or a water source. So that then automatically calculates our safe yield, which was 4.8 cubic meters per hour. So that's the end of step 2. Now we'll jump to step 3, which is all about system flow rate and total dynamic head, or TDH. So what information is needed to determine the system flow rate and total dynamic head, or TDH? For system flow rate, we need the daily water demand, which comes from step 1, the water source capacity, which we get from step 2, and then solar pumping hours. So this is kind of the total number of hours you would expect your system to run per day, but it's based on the peak solar hours. So that's not just the hours the sun is up, but it's when the sun is up and we're able to get sufficient production. So that's the peak solar pumping hours. System TDH, we'll need to know different elevations of key components of our water system. We'll also need to know the system flow rate, which will just have been determined above. And then we'll also need to know the water supply system characteristics. So that has to do with what are the pipe lengths and pipe diameters? What's the pipe material? What types of fittings and valves and maybe instrumentation? And what type of water treatment is included in the water system? So we need to know all those things for the system TDH. So first, getting into flow rate here, there are 2 possible methods for determining the solar-powered water system design flow rate. The first is to divide the daily water demand, which in this example was 25.2 cubic meters per day, divide that by the hours of peak sunlight per day. And for this project location, there are 8 peak sunlight hours per day. And again, those peak sunlight hours, that's not just the time the sun is up, but the time the sun is up and we're actually going to be able to produce sufficient amounts of water. So we take 25.2 cubic meters per solar day and then divide by 8 hours. Again, that's 8 hours of peak sunlight per day. And that gives us 3.2 cubic meters per hour. So that's one option for the system flow rate. The second option is to use the safe borehole yield as the design flow rate. This option is required when option 1 exceeds the safe borehole yield, which remember was 4.8 cubic meters per hour. Whichever option we use, the design flow rate must not exceed the safe borehole yield. So in this case, since option 1, 3.2 cubic meters per hour, is less than 4.8, we can choose option 1 as our design flow rate. So let's just check out the design tool to see how we'd input this. So for step 3, you can see here for reference, this automatically pulls the date design demand from step 1. And then here we enter the hours of operation per day. That's the hours we expect the system to be producing water. And that automatically calculates our estimated flow rate. And then we choose what the design flow rate is. Again, choosing between these 2 options of using this calculated design flow rate or the safe borehole yield, which was 4.8. And again, this is a very important question here. Does the design flow rate exceed the borehole yield? So is 3.2 greater than 4.8? The answer is no here. So that's step 3A, the first part, the design flow rate. Let's jump back to the presentation now, and we'll go through total dynamic head next. So TDH, total dynamic head, is the total equivalent height that a fluid is to be pumped, taking into account static head, friction losses, minor losses, and treatment losses. So for rural water supply, TDH is the sum of the static head, the friction losses, the minor losses, and the treatment losses. And static head is the elevation difference between the beginning and the final water level. The friction losses are due to friction in the pipes. As water passes through the pipes, little water molecules are going to experience friction as they come into contact with that pipe. Then minor losses are due to the piped system components. Again, that's fittings, valves, instrumentation that's within the pipe system. And then after that, treatment losses due to inline treatment systems. So this diagram shows a typical setup. It's sort of a schematic showing the different components of a solar-powered water system. On the bottom left, you'll see the borehole. And then there's the pump inside the borehole, the dynamic water level, and then lines that represent piping in the system. After that, you have maybe that piping is going to come out of the ground and then go back underground. It's recommended to always install pipe 1 meter below the ground. That's to protect the pipe to ensure it's not damaged. So then it will run underground for however long it needs to until it gets to the treatment equipment. And then from the treatment equipment, it'll then go underground again and then up to the top of the water tank. It's recommended to store or place the water tank at a high elevation. So maybe if there's topography for your project, you can put the water tank at a high elevation so then you can use gravity to distribute that water to the population to be served. If you don't have topography, maybe you'd use a water tower to elevate the water tank. So now looking at TDH, TDH is calculated using the following equation. We're going to add together the static head, the friction losses, minor losses, and treatment losses. And I want to just emphasize here the importance of using this precise calculation for getting TDH. We've seen in our experience a lot of different people use different methods, and a lot of them are rough approximations for TDH. They might just take the static head and add 10% and say that that's the total dynamic head. But that's really not true in every circumstance. And so using this precise method to calculate total dynamic head is very important for correctly sizing your system. So first, looking at static head. Static head is the vertical elevation difference between the top of the storage tank and the dynamic water level, or the starting water level. And it can be represented by this equation, where you take the top of tank elevation, subtract the dynamic water level, and that gives you your static head. We can also see this visually through the same diagram as before. It's just that vertical elevation difference between the top of the water tank and the dynamic water level. Next, we're going to look at the friction losses. So friction losses occur as water flows through a pipe and comes in contact with the pipe walls. So what affects friction losses? Well, the pipe length. The longer the pipe is, the more opportunity for friction. So as pipe length increases, friction losses will also increase. Then pipe diameter. The smaller diameter pipes drastically increase the friction losses. So as the pipe gets smaller and smaller, as you use a smaller and smaller diameter pipe, friction losses are going to go up actually exponentially. They're going to drastically increase. Then pipe material. So smooth pipes have lower friction losses than rough pipes. You can think of two different examples of a smooth pipe might be PVC or HDPE. Those are both plastic pipes, whereas galvanized iron piping is a bit more rough and has higher roughness, basically, of the pipe that causes more friction. And then flow rate. So the higher the flow rate leads to higher friction losses. So this diagram might be just a helpful visual for you to understand friction losses. They occur anywhere you have piping. So as water comes in contact with the walls of the pipe, water experiences friction losses. So next, we're going to look at the minor losses in the system. So these occur as water flows through the fittings and valves and other obstructions in the piping system. And what affects minor losses? Well, the type of fittings, the valves or obstructions. Depending on which types you have, you might get more minor losses or less. And then the same, the diameter of the pipe and the material of the pipe and those fittings affect has similar effect with friction losses. And then flow rate, again, has similar effect, where higher flow rate leads to higher minor losses. And again, here's a visual that might help you think of where minor losses are occurring. Well, in one place, anywhere you have bends in your piping system, you're going to need elbows, and those joints cause losses. So as water passes and changes direction, it experiences turbulence, and that turbulence is its lost energy. If you pass through a water meter, for example, there's a paddle wheel that the water has to come in contact. So there's a lot of losses that are experienced when water flows through a water meter. There's plenty of other examples of other fittings that cause these minor losses. And finally, we get to treatment losses. So treatment losses occur as water flows through the water treatment equipment. And what affects treatment losses? Well, complex forms of water treatment usually have higher losses. The pipe diameter and material have a similar effect as with friction and minor losses. The flow rate, again, a higher flow rate leads to higher treatment losses. And to determine treatment losses, you're going to want to look at the treatment equipment manufacturer. So they will often provide information about the rate of treatment losses, usually as a function of head, but can also be given in the form of a table. But you'll want to look at the treatment equipment manufacturer documentation to learn about the treatment losses for their treatment equipment. And here, that's where the treatment losses is experienced in the system, is in the treatment equipment. So kind of thinking about all this together and looking at specific elevations from our example, again, the static head is the difference between the top of tank elevation and the dynamic water level. So we can calculate that based on this equation. The top of tank elevation is 359 meters, and we subtract out the dynamic water level, 311 meters, and we get 48 meters. Next, we can determine the friction and fitting losses through the pipes from the following characteristics. So for different pipe sections, you might have different pipe materials, so it's helpful to distinguish these in the form of different rows. So looking at the first section from the pump to the well cap, we have a 45-meter length of pipe, an inner diameter of 54 millimeters, a C factor, which is a measure of the roughness coefficient for the material that's used. So it's actually counterintuitive, but the higher the C factor, the smoother the material. So 135 there is for PVC or HDPE pipe. And then fittings and losses. So these come from a table that's sort of a standard table for all different types of fittings. So depending on what fittings you have for each pipe section, you can add together. It's the sum of the coefficient of minor losses for that section, for adding up all the different fittings within that section. So doing this for all the different pipe sections, that'll then calculate for us. I'll show you in the tool in a second. It'll automatically calculate the friction and minor losses for this system. And then we need to determine the treatment losses based on the type of treatment equipment. And then finally, we'll add together the 4 components of TDH to calculate the head required for the pump. So again, here's our TDH equation. And then when we add together the different components, we get a total dynamic head of 55 meters. And let's look at the design tool to see this more clearly. So scrolling down, you can see the section where we enter the different elevations of key components of our system. That then automatically calculates our static head of 48 meters. And then below, we can enter the information from the table, which is the same as what you saw on the previous slide. I want to highlight here maybe where these minor loss coefficients come from. I'm going to jump back to the presentation for a second. And here in this minor loss table, you can see the loss coefficients for different types of fittings. So what you do for each pipe section is you count up the number of elbows that you have for that pipe section. So let's say, for example, you have 2 elbows in a certain pipe section. You would then take your loss coefficient for 1 elbow and then multiply by the number of elbows. So 0.8 times 2 elbows would be 1.6. So again, for each pipe section you have, you'd want to count up the number of fittings you have for that pipe section, and then add up all of the loss coefficients for those fittings. Here's a reference table that shows the roughness coefficients for different material pipes. And then we also have an example table for a type of water treatment equipment WaterMission uses. And for different flow rates, you can see the different pressure losses that are expected. And you can use linear interpolation to determine what the pressure loss, what the treatment loss coefficient or treatment losses would be depending on your flow rate for your system. So then you'd enter that treatment loss here. This, for our example, is 6.5 meters. Again, we would get that from the table I just showed. And then the tool automatically calculates for us our total dynamic head, which is 55 meters. All right, I'm kind of going to take a breath here. I just spoke for a while and want to do a bit of a quiz here just to see if kind of test our knowledge. So you can jump onto Mentimeter, you can use the QR code on the screen, or just go to menti.com and enter the code there. And we're going to answer this question: which step in the design process is most important to correctly size, meaning not oversizing or undersizing the solar powered water system for the community? Is it A, water demand, B, water source, C, flow rate, or D, total dynamic head? So go ahead and put in your answers now. I'll wait till we get a few more responses. All right, looks like water demand is pretty popular. I wonder if people are just following the leader and choosing it because others have. But I notice a few people have selected flow rate and TDH. If you'd like to defend your answer, feel free to enter in the chat why you chose A, B, C, or D. All right, it looks like water demand is the overwhelming favorite here, and we'll show the correct answer. So everyone, 73% of you got this right. Water demand is the most important step to correctly size the system for the community. And again, as a reminder, the water demand forms the basis of our design. If we don't get this right, we risk oversizing the system where we spend too much money, make the system too large, or undersizing the system. If we don't get the water demand right, we might undersize it and not design it large enough to supply water for everyone's needs. So thanks for everyone's participation there. I'm going to move on to the next question here, which says, in the design of solar powered water systems, the capacity and quality of the water source are essential to determine the total water demand of the community. True or false? In the design of a solar powered water system, the capacity and quality of the water source are essential to determine the water demand of the community. True or false? I wonder if anyone is brave enough to say false. Looks like we got one. A few more. And again, feel free to defend your answer in the chat. I'd love to hear from you guys of why you said A or B, true or false. All right, I may have stumped you guys. The overwhelming majority said true, 92%. The correct answer is false. And part of this might be the wording of the question or the way it's phrased, but I want us to think about this for a second. So the question says, or the statement is, in the design of a solar powered water system, the capacity and the quality of the water source are essential to determine the total water demand. If you remember back to our 5 steps, the first step is water demand, which means we determine the water demand before we've even gotten to step 2. That means water demand is independent of the capacity and quality of the water source. And so in the statement here, the capacity and quality of the water source are essential to determine the water demand. If we had a water source that had very little capacity and we said, oh, well, the water source only produces this much water, that means your demand is lower. We'd be giving the community much less water than they actually need. And so it's, again, important to recognize the water demand is independent of what the water source produces. We need to determine the water demand first and then find a source that produces enough water to meet that water demand. So I'm sorry if that question was a little bit worded in a way that was a little bit tricky, but I think it's important for us to remember, step 1 is most important, and it's independent of what the water source produces. The water demand doesn't change based on what the water source produces. So if you have questions or you want to discuss that further, feel free to enter in the chat, or again, reach out to us. We're happy to have further discussions with you. All right, I promised a break here, so before the break, I want to see maybe if there are any questions about steps 1 through 3. So I'll check the chat here, but are there any questions that you guys have about steps 1 through 3? All right, I'm checking in the chat. Looks like one came through. Might be good if we could consider for extra water requirements for special occasion, as well as reducing quantity due to CC. Not sure what CC stands for there, but yeah, if there's special occasions where you need to consider extra water requirement, higher water demand, it's always good to design the system for kind of the worst case scenario. And when I say worst case scenario, I mean, what's the most water you'll have to produce at one time? Could be good to consider a design for that. But again, you don't want to overspend. So as someone mentioned that dams can be considered as a water source, that's great. Is there any standard to determine the proportion of the maximum allowed abstraction? There's sometimes standards within countries. There's regulations that are applied, but that generally depends on the amount of water resources that a country has available. So if there's limited water resources or the country is very concerned about protecting groundwater aquifers, there might be, limits. But I don't think there are any international standards that speak to allowed abstraction rates, but it'd be something to investigate for your project. Deddy, I saw you asked a really good question. How long do we need to do a yield test before we find the maximum borehole yield or dynamic water level? We'd recommend conducting a yield test for at least 24 hours. It's very important to do a 24-hour yield test to be able to get an accurate reading of the maximum borehole yield. And then in terms of the dynamic water level, you can conduct a test called a step-down test, which is where you slowly increase the flow rate that's being pumped during the yield test, and you examine how the dynamic water level changes as you increase the flow rate. And what you want to do is achieve a steady or stable dynamic water level. Once that water level in the borehole stabilizes, that's how you can get to your dynamic water level. Yield test can be known by water pumping tests. Yield test the same as a water pumping test? Yes, I think those are the same. And then could you please add to how to consider the distance factor next time? So the distance is, I think you're speaking of TDH there. The distance is accounted for when we look at the pipe length. that the horizontal distance a pipe would travel is accounted for in the pipe length. And a template for these calculations, that's the design tool. We'd be happy to share that with you. I'd encourage you to reach out to us through our website or the email support at EAP solarhub.org. We'd be happy to share this tool with you. We could also try to send it out in a more widespread way as well. Question, are there any studies or evidence to compare the effectiveness and sustainability of solar-powered water systems that use solar pumps versus solar systems to run the whole water system using pre-existing regular pumps? I'm not aware of any studies that have been done. There may be some that exist, and that's a question we could try to look into to see further. I would say generally designing the system for specific pumps is helpful to ensure the sustainability. Sometimes if you just use existing pumps, you can solarize it, but it requires special equipment such as inverters and other specialized equipment that's important to consider. Does the height of the tank affect the water pumping? Yes, the height of the tank is considered when we look at the TDH, the total dynamic head calculation. See, any further questions below? How often do you do the tests? Over time, the water level may decrease. Great point, Carlos. We'd recommend conducting a yield test, I think, every 5 years. But another important sort of thing you could do is install a water level that will do remote monitoring or can accurately or sort of frequently tell you the water level in your borehole. So Water Mission has done a lot of projects where we install remote monitoring equipment. And one of those examples of the equipment is a water level sensor that can basically tell you the water level at any given moment, or maybe daily water level readings of both the static water level and dynamic water level. So you can see how those change over time. Any other questions about steps 1 through 3? Feel free to enter those in the chat. All right, I'm not seeing any come through for now. We're going to take a 10-minute break. So let's come back together right around noon, and we'll continue on from here. If you have questions during the break, feel free to enter those in the chat, and I'll try to take a look at those and keep tabs on those and answer as I can. But thanks all for your attention and participation. All right, we'll come back together and continue on. All right, so we've covered steps 1 through 3, and we're going to jump now into pump selection, which is step 4 in the design process. So I'd like to get some participation from you all, so you can try to answer this question in the chat. What is the purpose of a pump in a water system? See if you can give me a simple definition or answer to that question in the chat. What is the purpose of a pump in a water system? Okay, to get water without fetching with manpower, great. Move water from point A to point B. Nick says it sounds like a trick question. It's not. It's fairly straightforward to pump the water. You guys got it. So one way it could be defined, the purpose of a pump is to add energy to the water within a system in order to create flow. So pump selection is based on 2 things that should have already been determined. This is important to remember. Pump selection is based on 2 things. First, it's based on the design demand flow rate that we determined in step 3. And second, it's based on the system's total dynamic head that's associated with that design flow rate. And again, that was determined in step 3. So the 2 things we need for pump selection, the flow rate and TDH. So we can select a submersible solar pump. So solar pump is a pump that can be directly powered by connecting it to solar panels. There's no need for an inverter to convert DC to AC. That can be done automatically with a solar pump. So we have our inputs, the design flow rate of 3.2 cubic meters per hour and a TDH of 55 meters. So to select a pump, we're going to have to look at pump curves. So if you're familiar with pump curves, maybe you've seen a traditional pump curve, which is typical for AC pumps, but solar pump curves have some unique features. So let me highlight those now. So on the y-axis, you'll see it has flow on the y-axis in cubic meters per hour. Then these blue lines here that all have numbers on the end of them, 90, 110, 130, 150, those represent different TDH values that this pump is capable of producing. So you can see that this pump has a range of about 90 to 250 meters of head capacity. So it has a wide range of head and can produce high head, but it has a pretty low flow capacity, only reaching maybe 1.2 to 1.4 as the highest flow rates, and even lower, close to 1 cubic meters per hour for the high head applications. So can anyone tell me in the chat, will this pump be suitable for our system? Just simple yes or no would be okay. Is this pump suitable for our system? No. Yeah, you guys got it. Because it can't produce enough flow for what we need. We need a flow rate of 3.2. So let's check out another pump. Again, we've got our flow on the y-axis, different TDH values, and I didn't mention this on the last pump curve. We have on our x-axis different power, and we'll get into that in a second. So a similar question, does this pump, the 11 SQF2, can this be appropriate for our project? Let's hear in the chat, yes or no. Okay, I've gotten a few no's. Yeah, so Why, can anyone tell me why would this pump be not appropriate for our application? Yeah, all are under the design flow. We have a design flow of 3.2 cubic meters per hour, and this pump can only reach, looks like 2.9 cubic meters per hour. So the flow rate is less than 3.2. But the head is okay. We have a TDH of 55. We can see that there's 50 and lines for 50 and 60 on this pump curve, which means our TDH of 55 would fall within here, but our flow rate is not met. All right, so now let's look at this pump curve. This one looks a little different than the rest, but is this pump appropriate for our application? And you can say yes or no, and maybe try to say why as well. All right, I've gotten a few yeses. Can anyone tell me why? Okay. Yep, we get above the design flow rate. And our TDH of 55 appears right here on this blue line, which means we have head capacity as well for this pump. So I want to illustrate this with some lines. So this orange line represents our TDH of 55. That's within the range of head capacities for this pump. And then we have our design flow rate of 3.2. So we have a horizontal line we can draw across from the y-axis until it intersects that TDH line. And then we'll do something really interesting where we'll draw a line down to the x-axis. And what this line tells us is the power requirement to operate this pump at a flow of 3.2 and a head of 55 meters. So the power required to operate this pump is 1100 watts. So we just kind of walked through the design process of comparing different pump curves to see which one would be appropriate. We found one that we think is appropriate. And here we get the main output from step 4, which is selecting a pump and determining the power requirement for that pump to operate. So next, we can find this pump on the website, the manufacturer's website. In this case, it's a Grundfos pump. So when we look on the website, we can see the product name, and then there's 2 other key parameters that are important to consider. They're highlighted in the bottom right corner here. The rated DC voltage of 30 to 300 volts and the rated current of 8.4 amps. So this DC voltage range is the operating range. That means from the solar panels, this pump can receive between 30 and 300 volts. If it goes outside of that range, that's not going to be good for the pump. We don't want to go outside of that range of 30 to 300 volts. For the rated current, it's a little bit different. It's okay if we exceed 8.4 amps, but it just means the pump will only be able to draw or pull 8.4 amps for using to power the pump. So let's take a look at the solar powered water system design tool and see how we'd enter this data within the design tool. So coming over to step 4, you can see the tool automatically pulls in the design flow and TDH. Again, these are the 2 parameters that are important to selecting a pump. We then get our pump manufacturer and pump model that we've selected from looking on pump curves on the manufacturer's website. We then enter the motor power at the design conditions, which was 1100 watts or 1.1 kilowatts. We then enter the minimum and maximum input voltage. So from the solar panels, what's the range of voltage input? That was 30 to 300. And finally, the motor current draw. So that's the maximum current the pump can pull or draw from the solar panels, which is 8.4. So that's the end of step 4. Again, if you have questions, feel free to enter those in the chat. We'll now move on to step 5, which is the final step, designing the photovoltaic or PV system. So the goal in sizing the PV system is to ensure that the system produces enough water to meet the daily water demand, and this is key, during all months of the year. So we know that as seasons change throughout the year, the sun and amount of sun that we get also changes. And so we want to consider particularly the worst month of the year, because that's we want to look at the lowest irradiance that we can get from the sun and design for that month. Because if we design during that lowest irradiance month, it means during all the other months of the year when the irradiance is higher, we will still get sufficient water supply. But we also need to consider hourly water production. So this chart here on the right shows the water production and the power that goes to the pump throughout a typical day. And you can see that, during the midday and the highest part of the day, we get the most power to the pump, and we get more water production because we're getting more power. So it's critical to know that water production and flow rate changes throughout the day because the power to the pump changes throughout the day. And that's affected based on the irradiance that we get throughout the day. So it's critical to design for hourly flow rate and hourly irradiance, because if we don't do that, if we're just estimating, we might not get an accurate estimate of what the system can produce. So some risks of not designing properly, again, are undersizing the system where we won't produce enough water, or oversizing it in which we've spent too much money making the system bigger than it really needs to be. So again, irradiance, the energy that comes from the sun, that changes on an hourly basis throughout the day, and it changes seasonally as well. So to consider irradiance, we can access global databases that show information for any location in the world what the irradiance is. So you can see from some of the visualizations there, these are screenshots taken from these websites in Western Africa, but you can see there's high solar irradiance, that dark red over the Sahara Desert, and it changes as you move about. But a great website for accessing these, one is the Global Solar Atlas, which is best for just getting average monthly irradiance. But the one that we recommend and we use at Water Mission is the European Commission's PVGIS, which stands for Photovoltaic Geographical Information System. And these links here, I can drop those in the chat later. You could access those, or what I like to do is just search. You could search for Global Atlas on Google, Global Solar Atlas, or PVGIS to get access to those databases. And again, we're designing for a specific project location during the worst month of the year, the lowest irradiance, with hourly variability considered. So for this, we're going to look at the latitude and longitude coordinates so that we can get the specific project location. And then from the PVGIS website, we can get both irradiance data as well as ambient temperature. And if you remember way back from a previous slide I showed earlier in this training, the three main factors that affect the production from a solar array are irradiance, ambient temperature, and solar panel specifications, which are also shown on this slide. The solar panel specifications can be found usually on a sticker on the back of solar panels, but they can also be found on the manufacturer's website by searching for the model number of the particular solar panel of interest. And this table here shows the standard test condition specification. So standard test conditions are an established standard that's used across the whole world. It's an international standard for testing solar panel performance. And the standard test conditions, these panels are tested in a laboratory setting where air temperature is held constant at 25 degrees Celsius, irradiance is constant at 1,000 watts per meter squared, and air mass is held constant at 1.5. And these are helpful for just being able to compare solar panels to one another. So we'll enter the solar panel test condition, standard test condition specifications in our tool, as well as the irradiance and ambient temperature data. And then we can use that to size the solar array. Maybe as a brief pause, I'll just jump to the PVGIS website so you all can see how we'd actually access that data and information. So again, I mentioned from Google, we can just simply type for PVGIS, and it comes up as the first link right away. Then from here, you can click on Access PVGIS here to get the database. And then you can see we have a great interactive map that shows you the irradiance for different locations of the world. So maybe we could just zoom into, maybe we'll do something near Bangkok. If you click somewhere on the map, you could enter your location that way, or there's a way to enter your latitude and longitude location here. From there, you can enter the slope of your solar panels. In general, we recommend a minimum slope of 15 degrees to ensure that as rainfall hits the solar panels, it will clean them naturally. Azimuth is the direction the solar panels point. So in general, you would like to point the panels toward the equator. So if you're in the northern hemisphere, you would want to point them south, whereas if you're in the southern hemisphere, you'd want to point them north. The way that PVGIS works is 0 degrees is south. So since Thailand and Bangkok here is in the northern hemisphere, we'd want to point them south. And then we can click Visualize Results to see the irradiance performance for this location throughout the year. And we can hover our mouse over these to see the lowest irradiance. Looks like it's between June. Looks like it's June is probably the lowest irradiance month in this particular location. So from there, we could come to daily data, select June as the month, local time, irradiance, and then daily temperature profile. And again, we'll set the slope as a minimum slope of 15, and we can visualize results. And if you're having trouble keeping up, I know I'm going through this quickly. We've recorded this presentation, and we'll also have this recording uploaded to the website, but also there's training videos already on the website that cover step 5 that go through this in particular. So if you want to review those, you can hit pause, rewind it and go back so that you can follow this procedure more precisely. So you can see these results show a changing irradiance throughout the day. These 3 lines are a combination of direct irradiance, diffuse irradiance, and then global. That's the total of the 2. And then from there, we can download this CSV file that shows us our irradiance and temperature data. We can open it up, and then just with some quick data processing, we can select the whole column A, come to Data, click the button Text to Columns, and then click Next, Next, Finish, and replace the data there. And that gives us global irradiance data for each hour of the day, as well as temperature data. So the irradiance data appears in this first column C. The temperature appears here in column I. And again, we have videos on the website that go through this that you could pause, rewind, go back and watch later. But I just wanted to highlight that here in this training. So for step 5, we've pulled that irradiance data for the particular project location we have. We've determined the worst month to be June for this particular project location. And then we've entered the solar panel specifications here. And what's great is once you've entered all this data, the tool automatically calculates for you the power output of a single solar panel at this project location for each hour of the day. So it's a great way to be able to model and predict how much power output you'll get for particular, the worst or lowest irradiance month for each hour of the day. And it shows you all the different parameters that are key and important variables to consider for your solar panel power output. But this is the solar panel, the solar panel power output for only a single solar panel. And we know that maybe one solar panel won't be enough to power this pump. So we need to ask the question, how do we design the solar array and determine the number of panels required? So we need to remember that the power requirement for the pump was 1100 watts, 1.1 kilowatts. And then we use this rule of thumb, and really it's just a rule of thumb. It's a general way of estimating the number of panels needed, but it just gives us a starting point. We're going to go back to the tool to verify later. So this is the rule of thumb. The nominal solar power is equal to approximately 2 to 2.5 times the power requirement of the pump. And you may ask yourself, well, how do we decide between 2 and 2.5 times? So choosing the multiplier depends on the solar irradiance of your location, the design hours of operation per day, the efficiency of your chosen pump. But really anything between 2 and 2.5 is acceptable because this is just giving us a starting place to estimate the number of solar panels. So if you have a location with higher irradiance, a high efficiency pump, and low hours of operation per day, you could choose a multiplier of 2. Whereas if you have lower irradiance for your location, lower pump efficiency, or higher operation hours, you'll want to choose a multiplier of 2.5. For this project location, we've chosen 2.5 as our multiplier because of the low irradiance of this location. And so for estimating the amount of solar power required, we'll take 1100, that's the power requirement from the pump that we determined in step 4, multiply by 2.5, which gives us 2,750 watts. And that's the power requirement for our solar array. That's what we're going to design our PV array for. So we've estimated this power requirement. Now, how do we determine the number of panels needed? We'll divide that number by the nominal power rating of one solar panel, which for our example was 290 watts. So to get the estimated number of solar panels needed, we'll take the estimated power and divide by the power rating of 290, which gives us 9.5 solar panels. But again, you're not going to install half a solar panel. So let's just try 10 solar panels to start with. But remember, this is just an initial estimate. We're going to use the tool to verify later if how many solar panels we need to meet our water demand. But how do we wire solar panels together? There are 2 ways to wire solar panels. We can wire solar panels in series, which increases the voltage, or we can wire them in parallel, which increases the current. And actually, we can use a combination of the 2 to increase voltage and current together. But panels are typically wired in series first as a sort of first priority to achieve the maximum power with the least number of solar panels. So I've got another math problem for you all. This here shows an example of solar panels wired in series. We can tell this because the negative ends of each solar panel are connected to the positive end of another one next to it. So that's what being wired in series means. And each solar panel, just for this example, has a voltage of 6 volts and a current of 3 amps. So I want to ask you, you can enter this in the chat, from this series, what would be the total voltage and the total current that comes out from this series of solar panels? Go ahead and enter your answers in the chat of the total voltage and total current from this series of solar panels. All right, great. We've got some answers coming through. 18 volts and 3 amps. Let's see if you're correct. Great job. Very proud of you guys. That was awesome. So the way that we calculated that is because these are wired in series, the voltage gets multiplied by the number of solar panels. So 6 times 3 is 18, but the current just remains the same. It stays constant at 3 amps. All right, we've got another example here. So this represents solar panels that are wired in parallel. And we can tell that because the positive leads of the solar panels are connected to each other and the negative leads are connected to each other. So again, same parameters for the solar panels. Each one is 6 volts and 3 amps. What would be the voltage and current that comes from the parallel arrangement of these panels? Go ahead and type that answer in the chat. Nick, whoa, nice job. I'm very proud. First one in. Yeah, you guys are correct. So the voltage would be 6 volts and current 9 amps. So that's how these things are calculated when we decide wiring panels in series versus in parallel. So again, when determining the number of panels in series and parallel and deciding between those, we first want to maximize the volts without risk of exceeding the pump's maximum allowable voltage. So again, the pump can only receive 300 volts. If we exceed that, that poses a risk to the pump. It could damage the pump. Next, so after that first priority of maximizing volts, we then would optimize amps to meet the power requirements of 1100 watts necessary for fulfilling the daily water demand. And keep in mind, the pump's maximum current draw is 8.4 amps. So let's take a look at this, the design tool. And I want to ask you guys a question. Remember, we decided we were going to try 10 panels to start. So to start, I want to ask you, how would you like to wire those? Should we have 10 panels in series and just one string of 10 panels? Should we maybe have 5 and 2, 5 panels in series and 2 parallel strings of 5 panels each, or something else? So write in the chat what we should try and decide first, and we'll put it into the tool to see. All right, maybe it'll become more clear as I scroll down. So here we can define the number of panels in series, and then we can define the number of panels in parallel or parallel strings of that number in series. And from the process we went through to estimate the number of panels to start with, we got an estimate of 10 panels. So this here, 6 and 2, would be a total of 12 panels, which might be too much for what we need. We'll see. But maybe we should try 5 and 2 and look at how that performs. Or maybe we could try even 10 and 1. So that's 10 panels in series and one string of 10 panels. So the first thing we need to check is the array VOC, or open circuit voltage. Remember, we don't want this value to exceed the pump's allowable voltage, which was 300 for this example. And we see here it does exceed 300. So I'd like your feedback in the chat. How should I adjust the number of panels in series to decrease the voltage? What number of panels in series should I try next? Everybody with me? I'm not seeing much participation in the chat. Well, let's think about it. If we have voltage that's too high, the way that we reduce the voltage is by reducing the number of panels in series. So from 10, let's decrease to 8 and see how that performs. Again, our array VOC still exceeds 300, but you notice it did go down. Let's try reducing now to 6. And now we can see our array VOC is below our maximum limit of 300. But we are still just with one parallel string of 6 panels. So we can see here our array IMPP, that's our maximum power point current. It's only getting to about 6. So it's not even reaching our pump's maximum current draw. So let's try doubling the number of parallel strings to 2. And you'll see this column, array IMPP change. It doubles, in fact. And now we get far above our maximum pump draw of 8.4 amps, which is a good thing. We want to maximize what the pump can produce, especially during the peak hours of the day. But we need to adjust for the pump's maximum current draw. Again, it's okay if the solar panels produce more current than the pump can draw, but the pump will only be able to pull a certain amount there. So the way that we do that is by entering in values in the adjusted IMPP column. I have a formula here that does it automatically. And you can see for the hours where the array's IMPP exceeds 8.4, we simply limit the pump's IMPP, or what the pump draws, to 8.4. So that's just what those values are set to make sure we're accurately modeling what the pump is drawing from the solar array. From there, we get our adjusted P max, which is just multiplying together our IMPP times our VMPP. Remember that power law equation I showed a while ago? It was that power is equal to volts times current, voltage times current. So we multiply our VMPP times our adjusted IMPP to get our P max. But then the next thing we need to do is consider efficiency losses that occur between the solar panels and the pump itself. And general recommendation is to use between 0.85 to 0.9, which is typical for systems without an inverter that use a direct solar pump. So let's use 8.5 here, or 0.85 as our derating factor. And then that automatically calculates for us our P derated, which just takes the values in this column and multiplies by that derating factor of 0.85. So from this, we want to see here is, do these values, this is the power output that's actually getting to our pump, do these values exceed what our pump's power requirement is? Can anyone tell me and enter in the chat? Can anyone remember what our pump's power requirement is from step 4? How many watts did our pump require to run? Great, 1100. And so, yes or no, do most of the hours of the day exceed the pump's power requirement? Yeah, there's 6 hours of the day that do. So a lot of hours of the day exceed the pump's power requirement, which means this is probably a pretty good design. Now, the one thing we could try is going with 5 panels in series and 2 parallel strings. But now look at our maximum power. We don't even reach 1100 watts. So that might be an indicator that we need to increase to 12 total panels of 6 parallel strings, or 2 parallel strings of 6 panels each, for a total of 12 panels. So jumping back into our presentation, we're almost finished with step 5. We're almost finished with designing the PV system. Next, we need to predict what our daily water production will be. And the way we do this is we'll use the selected pump curve. So here's our pump curve. Here's a few hours of the day, 6 a.m. through 12 noon. And then in this first column, we have our adjusted P derated. That's straight from our design tool. You can see here, it gets up to 817 watts at 9 a.m. and then at 10 a.m. it jumps all the way up to 1300 watts. The next step is to find the adjusted PD rated on the x-axis. So at 8 o'clock, that's the first hour where we're going to get any water production. Our power was 352 watts. That's the power that's getting to the pump. We then will read vertically until we hit the TDH line. Remember, our TDH is 55. From there, we'll read across to the left to a flow rate. So what this means is that at 8 o'clock, when we get 352 watts of power to our pump, the pump will run at approximately 0.3 cubic meters per hour. Let's practice this again at 9 o'clock. So at 9 o'clock, we have a power to the pump of 817 watts. So when we read up from the x-axis at 817 watts, or 0.817 kilowatts, we'll then read across to the flow rate. We'll get a flow rate of about 2.2 meters cubed per hour. We can then repeat this process for the rest of the hours of the day to get flow rates of 3.6, 3.6, and 3.5. And then ultimately, we can repeat this for all the hours of the day and get approximate flow rates at a TDH of 55. And then when we add those together, we get a total daily water production of 27.8 cubic meters per hour. So then we do a final check. We're almost finished with step 5, almost finished designing the PV system. Remember, we need to ensure that our daily water production can exceed the daily water demand. We need to produce at least enough water that the community or this project requires. So we check, is 27.8 cubic meters per day greater than 25.2? Yes, it is. So we've met our daily water demand, and that means that this is a sufficient design. But what I want to highlight here is this can be an iterative process. It might mean that you have to go back and change a pump if the pump wasn't appropriate. You might reach all the way to this step and you realize, I think I'm producing more water than I need. I wonder if I could try using fewer solar panels and then check again to see how the water production performs. But always you want to make sure you're generally meeting or exceeding your daily water demand. So I just breezed through that quickly just because I want to leave time for questions at the end, but I want to remind us again of the project goal. We need to ensure that we're going to produce water to meet the needs of the community, the school or healthcare facility that we're serving. And again, it's so important to involve the stakeholders, the community members, the beneficiaries of this project at every stage in the process to ensure that we're designing a system that's appropriate for their needs. So again, I hope this training is useful for you as you go and maybe do this work and design your own solar powered water systems. But again, I'll reiterate that the Solar Hub is here to support you. We'd be happy to field any questions you have, technical questions, review documents, assist you with your own designs. We know that two minds are greater than one, and so we're happy to collaborate with you and contribute alongside you in the design process of these different systems, not just in water, but across sectors, all the way from education to health, as well as WASH. So to wrap up this section, I've got a couple Menti questions. Would love to get your participation here. So the first one is, which two data points determine the duty point for the pump? Which two data points determine the duty point for the pump? Again, you can scan the QR code here or go to menti.com, enter the code above. The options here are A, the pump curve and the borehole yield, B, the pump head and the pump curve, C, the power required and the pump head, or D, design demand flow rate and the associated TDH. All right, got a few responses in. Feel free to jump on and give some more answers or enter your answer in the chat. All right, let's see the correct answer here. It's D, the design demand flow rate and the TDH. You remember back to when I was talking about pump selection, I mentioned two key parameters that are important for selecting a pump, and these parameters determine the pump's duty point or operating point, and those are the design demand flow rate and associated TDH. The other options give helpful tools for understanding the pump and referencing the pump, like the pump curve, the power requirement, and things like that. But the two key parameters that determine a pump's operating point are the design demand flow rate and TDH. All right, let's go on to the second Menti question. This question is, what inputs are required to design the appropriate solar array and size, solar array size and configuration? Is it A, solar irradiance, B, ambient temperature, C, solar panel specifications, or D, all of the above? Go ahead and submit your answers now. All right, a lot of people saying D. Great, so let's see the correct answer here. I think a lot of you got it right. Correct answer is D, all of the above. So remember, the three parameters that affect power production from a solar array are the solar panel specifications, the solar irradiance, and the ambient temperature. So the correct answer here is D, all of the above. So I think I've wrapped up everything. I know that was highly technical, but hopefully some of it was helpful for you. If you have questions, feel free to put those in the chat and be happy to cover those now. But if not, I think I'll turn it back to Nick. Thanks everybody for your great attention and participation.
Thank you, Jordan. I think that was excellent, and went into a lot of detail, and it was really illuminating, and also just I think a real education experience. Thank you very much, and thank you everyone for your participation in this. I think this concludes the solar training, the introductory solar training. I'm happy to say, and I think that this is. We were able to touch on all three sectors. I think we were able to go into a deeper dive into the water and sanitation, but still, initial kind of introductory training on education and health too. We were also able to get through go through an overview of the solar market assessment. Basically, in sum, I think the first message here is that the East Asia and Pacific Solar Hub is here to support you. Jordan is here essentially with us, not physically with us, but essentially with us, to answer technical questions that you may have. So please do go to the website and click on the request support button there. And if you have any questions, please do ask it of him, of us. And if we're not able to answer the question, we will also do our best to find the answer and direct the question to someone who might be able to. So we're here to support you in this as you're working to scale up solar across all three sectors. The solar market assessment will be ready in June, and we'll be able to provide you all with that, and hopefully that will provide a very useful evidence base to engage with partners, begin to think about how we might scale up solar within and across all three sectors. It'll have estimates on how much it'll cost, estimates on how much greenhouse gas emissions will be averted as a result, and hopefully really useful in getting those partnerships in place and the foundations for scaling up. One thing I think that, as we looked at the applications across health, education, and WASH, there are a variety of different tools and there are a variety of different methodologies, a lot of similar things and a lot of differences between each of the methodologies. Obviously, we wanted to provide an overview for each of the sectors in this training now, but one thing we're really going to be doing over the next couple of months is harmonizing the tools and providing tools that you can use across sectors and together with other sectors, put together estimates of energy needs. So that's a work in progress, and we hope to be able to update you all with that in the not so distant future. But critically on that too, we're also looking to do more in-depth training for specific sectors on some of those tools. So if you would like that training, please also reach out through the request support function on the Solar Hub, and we could look into what might be possible in those areas. And then, of course, I think that we hope that you will stay in touch with this. Please do complete the survey that I think is on the screen now. Please do go to that, and we'd love to hear your feedback on this. Most importantly, we'd love to just stay in touch and build this community of practice around solar, and really work to scale this up across the region. Before we close, I'm just going to turn over, see if Sylvia has any final thoughts. And I also just want to say once again a huge thank you to Jordan, to Max, and to Isabel, and to Arturo for all of their work in preparing this training. It's been fabulous and really, really insightful. Over to you, Sylvia.
Thanks a lot, Nick. And let me also express my sorry. I cannot talk.
No worries. Sylvia's caught with emotion now. I hope you feel better, Sylvia. So without further ado, unless I think Sylvia would essentially be echoing all of the thanks that I was able to give. Thank you, colleagues, very, very much. And please do stay in touch and please do complete the survey. And we'll be in touch. Thank you.